Bienvenidos a una nueva transmisión en vivo en esta cobertura especial del conflicto o la guerra en el Medio Oriente que ya se está intensificando. Eh, para empezar vamos a hacer un resumen de lo que ha pasado en las últimas horas en el Medio Oriente y las últimas informaciones, las últimas noticias de lo que está pasando. Parece ser que el conflicto se está expandiendo, ya que en las últimas horas Hezbollah del Líbano se unió a la guerra. El día de ayer lanzó cohetes contra Israel. Israel bombardeó la capital Beirut y todavía se está produciendo, como pueden ver esas imágenes, desde varias ciudades, desde Jerusalén, Tel Aviv, Beirut, en la parte de abajo, donde últimamente recibió varios ataques de Israel. Entonces el conflicto parece que se está expandiendo y ya tiene pinta, o no sé, ya tiene pinta de ser un conflicto regional. Que se está intensificando. Entonces, así como pueden ver, así está la capital Teherán en Irán. Son imágenes de los intensos bombardeos de Israel y Estados Unidos en la capital Teherán. Así como pueden ver, son imágenes recientes de los intensos ataques, bombardeos. Como pueden ver, son imágenes algo apocalípticas del conflicto que se está produciendo. Y lo último, para informarles, la agencia de noticias iraní confirma que un barco que intentaba cruzar ilegalmente el estrecho de Hormuz fue hundido. Más ataques en embarcaciones. Obviamente ya el estrecho de Hormuz está bloqueado, está cerrado. Incluso esto causó que los precios del gas en Europa subieron un 50% tras la suspensión de la producción de gas licuado por parte de Qatar, porque Qatar está bloqueado, ya no puede transportar gas, y así está en estos momentos. El estrecho de Hormuz también está bloqueado. Así fueron los bombardeos bombardeos en Teherán, esos bombardeos. Así están en estos momentos intensos ataques. Por su parte, el día de ayer, Hezbollah lanzó misiles, cohetes en el norte de Israel. Israel respondió y bombardeó Beirut. Así fueron las primeras imágenes, el bombardeo en Beirut el día de anoche. Así
محمد
mostró la
فرحات
televisión
المتواجد بالجنوب والبعض
libanesa
المعلومات الواردة
de los
حتى
primeros
الآن محمد
bombardeos
بالنسبة لتوجه الجيش
de
اللبناني
Israel
إلى موقع
en la
إطلاق
capital
الصواريخ في
Beirut.
جنوب لبنان، فالتفاصيل أيضا معك. وأيضا أجواء الجنوب يعني بالبقاع في الحرب يلي نقلنا تفاصيل يعني وجوده في سماء البقاع. هل أيضا الأمر جنوبا محمد استهداف للضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت.
هناك غارة، هناك عدوان الآن على الضاحية الجنوبية.
Y Hezbollah anunció que
نعم، وأكثر من غارة.
se unió a la guerra, se
عم
unió al
نشوف الصورة.
conflicto. Esto pasó ayer en Bahrein, donde estallaron protestas en apoyo al régimen islámico de Irán. Esto pasó ayer también. Esto pasó en Bahrein el día de ayer. Muestra la situación en el Medio Oriente en estos momentos. El precio del petróleo se disparó también, tuvo una disparada el día de ayer. También vemos de que el Reino Unido, Francia y Alemania consideran una acción defensiva para destruir la capacidad armamentística de Irán, que se van a unir para atacar a Irán. De hecho, lanzaron un misil en un país europeo. Creo que lanzaron un ataque. Aquí fue un ataque en Tel Aviv el día de ayer de un misil, cayó en Jerusalén. El impacto de un misil. Esto pasó también el día de ayer. Y un impacto de un misil en Jerusalén. En Jerusalén y en Tel Aviv, provocando daños. Entonces también se reportaron ataques en bases militares de Estados Unidos en Irak. Acá dice lo último, que Qatar Energy, que presenta entre el 18 y el 20% del comercio mundial de gas natural licuado, ha suspendido su producción. Ahí dejando un comunicado tras el conflicto que está produciéndose. Y de hecho acá les muestro cómo está el estrecho de Hormuz. Está completamente bloqueado. Hay un bloqueo impresionante en el estrecho de Hormuz. Está paralizado está el estrecho de Hormuz. Prácticamente pocos barcos están cruzando, ya que se reportaron muchos ataques a embarcaciones. En estos momentos el estrecho de Hormuz está prácticamente paralizado. Los países de Qatar, Bahrein, Kuwait, Emiratos Árabes ya no pueden transportar nada de petróleo ni gas licuado, o sea, prácticamente están paralizados. Por el momento el Mar Rojo sigue circulando, pero es cuestión de tiempo que los hutíes comiencen a atacar embarcaciones en el Mar Rojo, bloqueando también esta parte. Así que esto es cuestión de tiempo. Y así está la situación en el mapa del Medio Oriente, cómo se encuentra, lo que ha sucedido en las últimas horas. En las últimas horas, en el estrecho de Hormuz se presentaron bombardeos, ataques a embarcaciones, bombardeos en Qatar, en Bahrein, en Kuwait, en Emiratos Árabes, también un ataque con drones en Arabia Saudita, ataques en Israel, ataques en el Líbano, ataques en este país que se llama Chipre, creo que se llama Chipre, un país europeo. Fue blanco también, donde hay tropas británicas, y por eso Francia y Reino Unido creo que se van a unir al conflicto para atacar a Irán. por lo que este conflicto ya se está intensificando. El día de ayer Donald Trump anunció que este conflicto, estas operaciones militares pueden tardar hasta 4 semanas. Hasta 4 semanas puede tardar estas operaciones. Más de un mes, supongo. Más de un mes. Acá dice, última hora, general iraní Javari. Los estadounidenses han trasladado la mayoría de sus aviones a Chipre. Lanzaremos tantos misiles como contra Chipre que los estadounidenses huirán de ahí. Es que Chipre se volvió un objetivo militar de los iraníes, de los misiles de alcances iraníes. Sin mencionar también que hay una guerra en curso entre Pakistán y Afganistán, entre los talibanes, que ya el Medio Oriente se ha vuelto un polvorín que ya está estallando. Así está el comercio en el estrecho de Hormuz, cómo se paralizó todo, el comercio mundial, cómo poco a poco se está paralizando, y mire cómo se paralizó el comercio. Empezó así, una circulación normal, y poco a poco, cuando se cerró el estrecho de Hormuz, ahí comenzó a paralizarse todo. Y así está la situación en estos momentos en el Medio Oriente. Acá dice, soldado estadounidense en Kuwait observa un ataque con drones. Acá un ataque con drones en Kuwait, en una base estadounidense, parece ser. Los ataques con drones continúan. Ataques con drones continúan. Acá dice que el precio de la plata al contado registra drástica caída la plata, no sé por qué. Y tras de eso, esta noche a la medianoche se va a producir el eclipse luna de sangre, que lo voy a cubrir a este canal. Acá muestra el alcance de los misiles iraníes. Parte de Europa, incluso alcanza hasta parte de Europa los misiles iraníes. Acá muestra fuertes ataques israelíes en la ciudad de Tiro, en el sur del Líbano, así que Líbano. Los bombardeos.
أطار الضربة على
En parte de Beirut,
طرد الحسن جل البحر سنتر الساحلي. دمار الهائل. كله ازاز والصف اللي ورانا ازاز كله رايح.
Pues ya es parte de la guerra que suceda estos acontecimientos. Israel se le había advertido que si se exploración en medio de la guerra, pues seguiría sus bombardeos. Y ahí que no está metido en la guerra, por culpa de Hezbollah, obviamente. Ahí están los intensos bombardeos que ocurrió. Esto es lo último que ha sucedido en las últimas horas, en los últimos momentos, lo que ha pasado en el Medio Oriente. En esta cobertura especial que los dejaré transmitiendo en vivo de lo que está pasando. Estos son imágenes en vivo desde Tel Aviv, Jerusalén y Beirut, que es el centro del todo este conflicto en el Medio Oriente. Y por ahora los dejaré con esta transmisión, esta cobertura especial. Cualquier información los estaré actualizando y volveré por partes. Volveré por partes con cada actualización si sucede algún acontecimiento. Y así los dejaré en esta cobertura especial. En un momento regreso.
אתמול נפגעו בפגיעה ישירה בבסיס שליטה ופיקוח אמריקני שנמצא איפשהו באזור שם. אנחנו יודעים שמספר מטרות אמריקניות נפגעו, אנחנו יודעים שיש גם פצועים, וזה הפחד הגדול שבסופו של יום יצטרכו האמריקאים להכניס כוחות קרקע. אגב, שואלים את שר ההגנה האם יש כוחות קרקע boots on the ground באיראן, הוא אומר לא, וזה לא נכון.
واليوم الجنوبيين متروكون. هل الجيش اللبناني اليوم يستطيع أن يقف في وجه إسرائيل؟ هل الجيش اللبناني يمنع المسيرات الإسرائيلية؟ هل الجيش اللبناني يمنع الخروقات الإسرائيلية البرية؟ هل الجيش اللبناني يمنع تفجير البيوت؟ هل الجيش اللبناني اليوم يمنع الطيران الحربي الإسرائيلي؟ هل الجيش اللبناني يمنع التسيد الإسرائيلي برا وبحرا وجوا؟ لا. إذا من يقتل؟ الجنوبيين وأبناء الجنوبيين. إذا عندما نقف نحن اليوم أبناء هذه المقاومة ومقاتل إسرائيل، هل ننتظر لتأتي هذه السلطة عندما تنتصر إسرائيل والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لا سمح الله على إيران لتأتي أن تذهب إلى بيت الشهيد الفلاني والقائد الفلاني أنت كنت مع حزب الله تفضل إلى السجن أو تعلق يعني أعواد المشانق لهم؟
Will they succeed in making the missiles?
اگر خیال کنید نمیتوانید بدانید که نخواهید توانید. به خودتون تجربه کنید که میتوانید و بدانید که خواهید توانست. هر عملی اولش فکر است. هر کاری اولش تفکر و تأمل در اطراف کار است. اگر ما در روحمون ضعف باشد نمیتوانیم کاری بکنیم. روح را قوی کنیم.
حتی برای اولین بار من بگم ما مأموریت داشتیم که وسیله‌ای تهیه کنیم که الان داریم. آمریکایی‌ها بدونن الان اونو داریم. وسیله‌ای تهیه بکنیم که یک ناو آمریکایی رو ببریم رو هوا. و داشتیم اینو تهیه می‌کردیم. همون وقت آقای هاشمی به من گفتش که دو جنگ دخالت نکن، در مقدم یعنی کار طراحی شده بود، می‌خواستیم شروع به ساخت بکنیم. ایشون من صدا کرد گفت نساز. قبل از نساز. بهش کم نکن. آقای علیزاده معاون من که مأمور این کار بود داشت دیوانه میشد. این همه زحمت کشیدیم بودن فرمانده. آقای محسن رضایی به او دستور داد، اون گفت من تابع آقای رضایی. بالاخره علیزاده هم فرصت پیش آقای هاشمی. آقای هاشمی بهشون گفت نه.
الرئيس اللبناني جوزيف
قبل از
عون
عملیات کربلای 4
ليس دفاعا عن لبنان، وكذلك كانت هناك تصريحات من رئيس الحكومة رامز وايضا من وزير العدل اللبناني الذي امر بالإلقاء القبض على المسؤولين عن اطلاق صواريخ على على إسرائيل. هل أي جديد ترتب عن هذه التصريحات اللبنانية الرسمية؟
3 مليار دلار ارز میخواست و حداقل
الرئيس اللبناني حاولوا احتواء ما حصل وفوجئ الجميع يمكن القول بإطلاق هذه الصواريخ لأن حزب الله منذ لحظة إعلان هذه الحرب على إيران تدرج موقفه بشكل لافت. بداية في أول بيان خرج عن الحزب أعلن تضامنه المعنوي ولم يشر إلى أي إمكانية لمساندة إيران عسكرية. هذا الأمر خلق نوع من الارتياح وكان هناك تواصل ما بين الحزب عبر القنوات بينه وبين الرئيس اللبناني. ثم خرج بيان حزب الله بعد اغتيال المرشد الأعلى للجمهورية الإسلامية علي خامنئي. هنا كان هناك عبارة واضحة عندما نحينا جانب المصطلحات الأخرى بجهة نعي المرشد الإيراني. قال حزب الله أنه سيتصدى لهذا العدوان ولكن بقي هذا الأمر في دائرة الأمن بدون أي إشارة إلى كيفية هذا التصرف وكيفية هذا التصرف وإشارة إلى مبادرة حزب الله هجومية. قال أنه سيتصدى لهذا العدوان. وفوجئنا بالأمس فجأة اليوم تحديدا عند الساعة 1 بإطلاق هذه الصواريخ ومسارعة حزب الله لتبنيها. وبالتالي الحكومة ذهبت اليوم لهذا القرار يمكن القول إنه قرار غير مسبوق بحظر الأنشطة العسكرية والأمنية لحزب الله. نحن هنا أمام حل إنجاز التعبير للجناح العسكري والأمني لحزب الله واعتبار أي نشاط عسكري لحزب الله أو هو نشاط غير شرعي. ويمكن التوقف هنا عند هذا القرار داخل الحكومة وكيفية اتخاذ هذا القرار. وزراء الحزب لم ينسحبوا، هم اعترضوا ولم يصوتوا مع هذا القرار، لكن وزراء حركة وزراء المحسوبين على الرئيس النبيل بري لم يعترضوا على هذا القرار. وبالتالي هناك ترقب أيضا لموقف رئيس البرلمان بري حيث يقال أو هناك معلومات في الكواليس أنه سيدعم قرارات الحكومة ولكن سيوازن بهذه المسألة لجهة أيضا الطلب من الحكومة الرد على الاعتداءات أو الطلب الإشراف بشدانة الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية والعمل على
أشير إلى هذا الخبر العاجل مراسلة تلفزيون عربي يتحدث عن غارة إسرائيلية على
missiles and the producers were in control of the Soviet Union and the U.S. It set the stage for other military ballistic missiles and rockets used by both countries. The ballistic missiles were usually divided into 4 categories in terms of range. Short range, less than 1,000 kilometers. Intermediate range, between 1 to 3,000 kilometers. Medium range, from 3 to 5,000 kilometers. And long range, or intercontinental, whose range is over 5,500 kilometers. Ballistic missiles work either with liquid or solid fuel. Solid fuel missiles have important operational advantages compared to their liquid fuel counterparts. For example, they do not need refueling, so they're quickly prepared for launch. Their fast preparation and not needing refueling can make them move faster and make it harder to spot and destroy them before being launched. Their initial speed during launch compared to liquid fuel missiles is more, and it's harder to trace them at this stage.
Now, Iran wants to join the countries that make missiles and not just users. Maybe we can say the Nazaat rocket was the first Iranian missile. It was made in 1987 by martyr Tehrani Mohaddam's team. Its range was between 80 to 150 kilometers. It could be used for close and less important targets. By making the indigenous missile, a new chapter opened in Iran's missile industry. The Nazaat was used in the fight against the Iraqi Ba'athist regime. Now, it exists in 2 types of Nazaat 6 and Nazaat 10 in the battle organization of the armed forces.
نتمكن من إذا ما نفذت هذه المقاتلات الحربية هذه التهديدات وهذه الأغراض بقيت قرابة يعني من الإنذارات حتى هذه.
In the early 1990s, Iran's first missile was manufactured, the Shahab-1. It had a range of over 300 kilometers. It was the optimized type of a Scud with a higher degree of precision. By making the Shahab-1, Iran moved towards mid-range ballistic missiles so it could put the Israeli regime's heart at its crosshairs. After that, the Shahab-2 and 3 were also unveiled. The range of the 16-meter Shahab-3 missile was about 2,000 kilometers. The Shahab-3 missile was the first Iranian missile equipped with a raining warhead. The first ballistic mid-range Iranian missile can be launched from missile launch silos, can target positions on the ground, can target moving targets on the sea. Its actual range is unknown.
ما امروز با استفاده از کلاهک‌های گوشه‌ای که صدها بمبلت رو در آن واحد بر فراز هدف‌های با مقیاس‌های متفاوت پرتاب می‌کنند شلیک کردیم. خاصیت و ویژگی برجسته کلاهک‌های خوشه‌ای اینه که برای هدف‌های وسیع و حتی برای هدف‌های متحرک در دریا قابلیت آسیب‌زایی‌های بسیار زیادی را دارند. این موشک‌ها بر فراز هدف به بیش از 1000 بمبلت تجزیه میشن و میتونن مناطق تجمع، پایگاه‌های هوایی و حتی ناوها رو در دریا مورد اصابت قرار بدن و به دلیل تجزیه یک کلاهک بزرگ در فراز فضای هدف‌ها به انواع مختلف و انبوهی از کلاهک‌های کوچکتر توسط موشک‌های ضد موشک هم قابل انهدام نیستند و حتی توسط رادارها قابل رهگیری نیستند.
The distance between Iran and Tel Aviv from the westernmost point in Iran is 1,200 kilometers. It means Iran had achieved the required range, and from now on, Iran should have concentrated on radar evasion and the precision of the missiles. And now the Qadr F missile was born. Some of the ballistic short-range missiles do not move beyond the Earth's atmosphere. The long-range missiles exit the atmosphere and after traveling for a distance, come back to Earth's atmosphere again. Iran had been trying to make a tactical missile with a very high precision strike for a while. After Fateh 110 was born, Iran finally fulfilled its dream. The ballistic Fateh 110 missile is launched in an oblique angle. It has so far made several of them with a maximum range of 300 kilometers and has handed them over to the IRGC Aerospace's missile units. The Fateh 110, the Iranian sniper. The first solid fuel missile can hit targets on the ground, equipped with a tracker for targets on the sea, moves at a speed 3 times faster than sound, near zero possibility of deviation. The first generation of the Fateh 110 missiles was successfully test-fired in 2002 with a range of about 250 kilometers, and after some time, the new types of the missiles were manufactured by the IRGC's missile industry's experts and professionals. Mass production of such a missile in various types has left many missile experts in awe. This is the missile that is known as the masterpiece of Martyr Hassan Tehrani, Ghaddam, and his team. But the Fateh 110 now had a new brother. It is named the Fateh 313. The Fateh 313 has a light body and the range is 500 kilometers more. These are the missiles that were rained down on the US-run Ain al-Assad base. By producing the Fateh
Iran had made two achievements, producing tactical solid fuel and increasing the chances for making a ballistic missile to strike the targets on the sea. That was a path that China had previously taken, using ballistic missile to hit targets on the sea. Iran greeted the Persian Gulf with the Fateh 100.
کاملا عملیاتی هستیم موشک الان.
بله این رو انشالله شلیکش هم خواهید دید.
همین موشک.
بله. این موشک ایرانی است، هم طرحش، هم ایدهش، هم ساختش، محصولش همه ایرانی، سکو ایرانیه، این سیلو ایرانیه و میدونید که به هر حال هیچ کشوری به ما تکنولوژی این کارا رو نداده. اینا رو همه توسط جوانان ایرانی تحقیق شده، طراحی شده و ساخته شده.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from a powerful vibrational motor.
And the Muharram strike against Daesh. The missile uses a mobile platform which makes it hard for enemies to locate and destroy. After being launched, the Ee.Uu moves beyond the atmosphere, and after reaching over the target,
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
With a range of 1,000 kilometers, and
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Are the developed types of the missile that form a family. Possessing a missile with a range of 1,400 kilometers with an error of less than 10 meters means entering the club of precision strikers in the world.
موضوع هذا خلال 10 ساعة هذا ضمن الاستراتيجية الجديدة التي تقود إسرائيل من إيران دفاعا عن إطلاق الصواريخ الصواريخ قليلة توزعها على مدار ساعات اليوم كما حدثنا خلال اليومين الماضيين الآن إلى استراتيجية جديدة وهي استراتيجية الضباط بعيدة عن بعضها البعض
Iran continued its research and test fires for its long-range missiles. The path that led them from the Shahab to the Sejid, another achievement by Iran in the design and production of solid-fuel ballistic missiles, was made in 2008 by test-firing the Sejid missile. Iranian defense officials announced that the missile has a range of about 2,000 kilometers.
You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olin app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paid, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own,
In less than 2 decades, the Sejid developed into the Khorram Shah missile. The Khorram Shah was the latest solid-fuel missile in Iran with a range of 2,000 kilometers. It can carry several warheads. It is radar evading and could be guided in the final stage. That's why it is high precision. The success of the Fateh and Sejid missiles indicates Iran's determination to advance plans to produce solid-fuel missiles. Considering the technical and operational advantages of solid-fuel missiles and less dependence on foreign countries to produce them, it seems that Iran is more willing to produce this type of missiles. What horrified the Israeli regime was Iran's giant leap after unveiling the Ee.Uu missile. The Ee.Uu missile, detachable warhead,
first long-range guided ballistic missile, range 1,700 kilometers, can destroy targets on the ground, can strike aircraft carriers, untraceable. The missile has several features that left Israeli and U.S. defense officials in awe. First, Iran's high speed, which enables the missile to pass Israeli regime's Ee.Uu defense shield and destroy targets in the Israeli-occupied territories. The second property of the missile is a warhead that makes the missile retain its maneuverability and can be guided after it is launched until it hits its target. The feature makes the missile's margin of error less than 10 meters. The wings of the ballistic missile's warhead made many defense analysts confirm that the Iranian missile's warhead can be guided in the last stage and has a very high precision.
امروز ارتش به جای اینکه حق نداشته باشه به قطعه هواپیمای جنگنده خریداری شده با پول گزاف از آمریکایی‌ها حق نداشته باشه اون قطعه نگاه کنه به دست بزنه، امروز خودشون هواپیما رو میسازه.
June 13, missiles hit Tel Aviv, phones shook, feeds exploded, and the story the Israeli regime thought it was writing took a violent plot twist. Just hours earlier, the Israeli regime had launched a strike. Senior IRGC commanders, key nuclear scientists martyred, several launch pads gone. The plan? Cripple Iran's response and maybe, just maybe, spark regime change. By sundown, Iran had already replaced every martyred commander and begun the largest missile volley the region has ever seen. Each new sunrise revealed another missile class, more powerful and precise than the last. To punch through the Israeli regime's air bubble, an attacker has to clear a gauntlet of concentric domes. Arrow 3 hunts ballistic warheads in the exosphere. David's sling stalks anything still plunging through the stratosphere, and Iron Dome waits below 40 kilometers for the scraps. Each layer cues the next in milliseconds, so an incoming missile must outrun Arrow's kill vehicle, dive below David's radar horizon, jinx sideways to spoil Iron Dome's firing solution, and flood the sky with decoys, all at Mach 15. The Israeli regime's multi-layered shield, the pride of Western tech, wasn't built for hypersonic maneuvering warheads. Interceptors dwindled. The myth of invincibility cracked on TikTok live streams. The Israeli regime was outclassed by Iran's newer missiles, which sliced through each protective layer. Day after day, Tehran rolled out fresh tiers of its arsenal, each strike showcasing unheard of precision and punch against the Israeli regime's most guarded nerve centers. Herzliya's intelligence complex, home to several Mossad directorates, took blows from Iranian drones, rattling data links inside the glass towers. Another example was Tel Nof Air Base, a cornerstone of the Israeli regime's long-range strike capacity. F-35, F-15, and even newly deployed U.S. THAAD battery could not prevent multiple impacts. Missiles also pierced straight into the Israeli military's central command headquarters in Tel Aviv, scrambling communications at the heart of Israeli battle management. Farther south, Nevatim Air Base, the second F-35 hub, saw a fuel depot erupt and a section of runway craters, grounding sorties for hours while air defense crews fired in vain. With every fresh barrage, two threats intensified. Interceptor stock ran low and started rationing, and fear spread across the occupied territories as the Zionist settlers saw that the invincibility the Israeli regime had cultivated for decades was only a mirage. Washington watched its closest ally waiting its collapse. So it stepped in and attacked Iran's nuclear sites. But the U.S. intervention couldn't reverse the trend. CNN reported that American strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities failed to destroy the core components of Tehran's program, buying only a few months' delay. And even had Trump's bluff about the strikes been true, they still couldn't erase Tehran's nuclear program. As former U.S. diplomat Wendy Sherman says,
"You can't bum away knowledge. Iran knows how to do the entire fuel cycle here. They're quite capable, and they will reconstitute their program, and they will likely do it underground and in secret. So it may take them time, but I believe they will move forward."
Inside Iran, political fault lines snapped shut overnight. Every Israeli aggression acted like a recruiting poster, fusing the streets into a single front as millions poured out nationwide, vowing to resist foreign aggression and sacrifice for the homeland. Netanyahu and Trump had played every visible card, but they ran into something bigger than arsenals, a nation's will and the undeniability of knowledge. When bombs can't erase either, the only move left is to stop. That was how on June 25th, Washington and the regime in Tel Aviv concluded that the only way to keep the Israeli regime from the brink of extinction was to freeze the fight and halt every strike.
القوات الإيرانية ستنتظر هؤلاء بفارغ الصبر لقتلهم وإرسال هذه الجثث إلى طرابلس ليعلم أن الاعتداء على إيران ليس אנחנו רוצים לדבר, שזה בוא, מי שהוא חזק ויש לו מרגיש את הכוח הישראלי שלו, הוא לא ממד לדבר כבר ביומיים הראשונים.
إرسال الجنود إلى إيران أنا لا أعتقد أن هناك تحضير لهذا الأمر، هذا يتطلب تحضيرات أكبر ووقت أكبر ويتطلب موافقة الكونغرس. ويجب أن نتذكر أن إعلان ترامب يوم أمس عندما ألقى الخطاب على الحرب على إيران هذا ليس أمرا يمكن فعله ولا يمكن إعلانه. مواقع محددة ومنشآت محددة وشخصيات محددة. إذا كان يريد قتل أمني أو أي شخصيات سياسية أخرى لإزالة النظام السياسي ربما والدفع لأمر مختلف، هذا أمر مختلف. وإذا كان يريد التنازل الكامل والاستسلام في الجمهورية الإسلامية، ونحن نرى أن حتى الآن هذا لم يحصل ولم يحقق بعد 3 أيام من القدرات الصاروخية. نحن نرى أن القدرات لا تزال موجودة، هناك صواريخ تطلق إلى 7 أو 8 دول مختلفة، هذا ليس إنجازا أيضا. فكيف يتوقع تحقيق هذه الأهداف التي تتطلب موارد أكثر وقدرات وانفراد عسكري أكبر وأيضا الدعم السياسي ليس فقط من الحكومة الإسلامية ولكن من جهات دولية أو دعم جماعة دولية والجهود مجاورة على الأقل. فبالتالي هل أنت جدي تحاول اجتياح إيران؟ لا أعتقد ذلك الأمر. لا أعتقد اجتياح إيران سوف يكون كارثة ليس فقط إيران ولكن
إلى ضيف الرياض أستاذ خالد يعني نبقى في نفس السياق في حال إرسال أمريكية إلى إيران كما يقول ترامب الضرورة. ترامب أيضا لا يريد الأمر أن يستمر في إيران لفترة طويلة، ولكن في المقابل يستطيع أن يكون مستقبلية. حتى أن ذلك أي مسار تأخذ
כנסו למרחב המוגן, אנשים משחקים, אנשים בועטים שם בכדור, אנשים מחייכים, אנחנו לוקחים, אנחנו מבינים שזה ضمن الانتقادات على الإدارات الديمقراطية والإدارات السابقة كانت حركة ترامب الانتخابية تقوم على عدم الدخول في حروب لا تنتهي كحرب العراق وحرب أفغانستان وإنهاء كل هذه.
أنا اسمي وردة صلاح الرجب، عمري 31 سنة، ولدت في مدينة خان يونس، مواليد 94.
إيران يدخلها جيش أمريكي، هذه ليست فنزويلا وليست كوبا، تحتاج إلى عدد نهائي من الجنود وتضحيات لا أعتقد أن الشعب الأمريكي مستعد لها، بالإضافة إلى موافقة من الكونغرس بعد 90 يوما الآن، أو أقل من 90 يوما.
كانت التعليم بالنسبة مهم إن كسلاح نكون متعلمين ونعلم الأجيال اللي بدها تيجي، نعلم أولادنا وأولادنا يعلموا أولادهم، نطلع مجتمع متعلم. رسالتي للعالم أطلقوا كلكم معنا ضد إسرائيل وكلهيتنا نكون إيد واحدة ونهاجم كلهيتنا مع بعض حتى تنتهي الحرب. بالنسبة لي بدي صوتي يصل للعالم والدنيا كلها ويشوفوا المعاناة اللي احنا بنعيشها، وإن احنا رغم المعاناة يعني بنحاول نتعايش مع هذا الوضع، وإن شاء الله هيك صبرنا يكون له أجر، يكون نهاية حلوة وخاتمتها حلوة وهيك بتحرير البلاد.
Keeping you up to date with world news every half hour on Press TV.
Hello, welcome everyone to the continuation of this rolling coverage. Again, today is day 3 of the continued U.S. Zionist regime aggression on the Islamic Republic of Iran, and of course of the Islamic Republic of Iran's continued retaliation and defending itself and its people, and of course fighting for the oppressed in the region. The latest things that we have had, of course, since early today, especially from the last few days, at the top of the headline, as always, is the martyrdom of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Jamenei, which actually not only it didn't initiate this complete response. What initiated this is that the U.S. and the Zionist regime, of course, after so-called indirect negotiations that took place after round 3, decided to go ahead and give the green light as last time in June 2025 and carry out an aggression on Iran. Iran, as they have threatened for months now, ever since 2025, came out as they said and were true to their promise after they have threatened that if you start anything, any type of aggression against us, we will the ones to be finishing it, but it definitely will be on a more wider scale. And this is definitely what we have seen over the past 3 days. It's around 7:10 here in, of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and nearing the end of the day. What we've had today is a continuation of what we have seen, which is, of course, every single U.S. and Zionist interest in the region, specifically, of course, in the Persian Gulf states, have been targeted, from embassies to consulates to bases, and this has been the target. And of course, on the top of the list, the Zionist regime has been in flames over the last 3 days. Some of the updates that we also do have, of course, as expected, the resistance, the axis of resistance has entered, specifically after the confirmation of the martyrdom and assassination of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Jamenei, the supreme leader, of course, and the one followed and loved by millions across the world. Again, people came out in the millions to the streets, not only here in the nation, but across the world, trying to infiltrate U.S. embassies, U.S. consulates, and therefore did actually also themselves become martyred after being shot by soldiers and police. Some of the updates we also do have, the Lebanese resistance movement Hezbollah has joined the fight early today. The Zionist regime have carried out basically carpet bombing the southern suburbs of Beirut. We have, of course, martyrs and injured. The Iraqi Hezbollah brigades has also participated, attacking U.S. interests in that country, and as expected, as always, Yemen has done its part of the resistance and continues to do so. Let me go ahead and bring in for this current rolling coverage, as always, our Press TV colleague Zainab Zakaria here joining us in the studio. Zainab, a pleasure as always, and thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Zainab, let's go ahead and start off with the latest. It's very interesting because actually the first day of the target, Britain had come out with a statement saying that they had participated in the airstrikes. It's very interesting right now. The Prime Minister of Britain, Starmer, is now making a statement. And let me go ahead and just read a few points that he is mentioning. He says, "We were not involved on the initial attack on Iran. He says it's clearly that the supreme leader's death will not prevent attacks on Iran, it will indeed increase them. And he's also saying that our planes have successfully blocked attacks by Iranian drones. And he also said that Washington has asked our permission to use our bases, and we have agreed to do that in the way to protect our alliance and defend Britain. Again, something expected, them coming back on what they initially said. The participation, of course, and the continued backing of European countries, also specifically here Britain, in the situation when it comes to attacking the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is not something used to. Let's go to remind our viewers a bit about how much these European countries, despite always, every time we have any type of negotiation or agreement, or when they have conflict, they say, that's it, we're ourselves, we're not allied with the U.S., but under the table for years, we know the true alliance.
Yeah, let me build up on that by saying the NATO chief, Ruto also said that NATO will not be involved, but we know that NATO is involved, from Cyprus to every other French, Americans, the Germans, all of them are involved in this war, because like the German chancellor said during the 12-day war, the aggression on Iran, that Israel is doing our dirty work for us. So this is a united front. Just like the resistance axis as a united front, the axis of evil also have the united front. We've known and we've covered this extensively on Press TV that the Europeans do not have an independent foreign policy separated from the United States. If anything, they are an extension to the policies of the United States. We saw the lead up to this aggression against Iran from the, designating the IRGC as a terrorist group, to increasing sanctions on Iran, more condemnation statements from the Europeans who arrest and jail anyone who say from the river to the sea, while terrorists in Iran who were armed and protected by them, when they were killed, they call that an attack on innocent civilians. So again, this is just a continuation of that front. The British, when they first announced that they were part of the coalition of attack against Iran, had assumed that the theater of this war will be in American favor, and they get to ride on the wave of that glory. Now that the theater is changing and we're just a few days in to the war that they said was going to be finished in 4 hours, now they've extended it to a few weeks, maybe in the next couple of days they will extend it to a few months, and the longer this war goes on, the weaker they are going to get. We cannot underestimate the power and the military might that the United States have, but the power is limited. It is not for a protracted war. They can only fight with bliss and might for a very short period of time. If the war lasts longer, they cannot survive. Let's look at their ship right now. What Iran has started doing is targeting the ship that are assisting the bigger, naval forces, taking out the ability to get food, the ability to get water, and when necessity start running out to their soldiers, then the real attack on their naval bases will come out. I think from what we're seeing, the Iranians have taken a systematical, logical approach to the attack, across the region. When they started targeting U.S. bases, they started targeting first the intelligence ability of the United States, the intelligence ability, the intelligence capabilities, their radars, their drones, and after that, now they're depleting their air defenses before the real deal, before the real missiles come in. Again, like you mentioned in your introduction, Iran has said, if you attack us this time, it is going to be a regional war, and you may start it, but the end is up to us. We've already seen Trump bragging about the fact that the new leadership in Iran wants a deal, and the secretary of the Security Council has come out to say no such thing is going to happen. There are no deals. We've had statements even confirmed by the BBC that Trump, through the Italian foreign ministry, had contacted Iran and called for a ceasefire, and Iran has said there is no such thing as a ceasefire for now. Let's all keep fighting. If you want to start a war, we're going to keep fighting as well.
Well, exactly, Zim, as you did mention very clearly, the participation, of course, of the European states and all the allies. Let's go ahead and focus a bit on something that, of course, we have the Persian Gulf states in the region, and of course, so-called Arab and Muslim states who continue and have continued to not only turn a blind eye to the continued genocide in Gaza, but have continued, as we did mention earlier today in our ruling coverage, and of course by our colleagues in their own ruling coverage, which ended very recently, the continuation of their support for terrorism across the world, also in other parts. But again, this is something that they did not expect. They did not expect for the fight to come to them. Again, let's remind ourselves, and also as Foreign Minister, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has mentioned just very recently, made a statement that it is not the countries, it is not, of course, Qatar, UAE, etc., Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia that we are targeting. We are targeting the U.S. interest, the Israeli interest in their country. Zainab, just now also breaking news. We have Qatar's defense ministry has come out and said that our air defenses and our naval forces have blocked 5 drones, and they're now saying that they are now shooting down Iranian fighter jets. I mean, so basically what we have is these Persian Gulf states, mostly Muslim population, who are supposed to be overlooking, again, the Muslim interests in the region. They're supposed to be helping their people, not completely focusing on themselves. And you did mention last time, let's go to remind our viewers about who these Persian Gulf states, who these so-called Muslim states, as we've heard very much from Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the leader of Ansar Allah movement in Yemen, has clearly said it's supposed to be a Muslim ummah. We're supposed to stay together in the region, and they have definitely not done this. Them now shooting down, this shows what side they are on, does it not?
Again, in the morning we covered this very clearly. When a situation may seem confusing, going back to history to get clarification is always important. They are not an independent entity. The fact that they have U.S. bases means they're occupied. The fact that they were created, many of these countries are 65-year-olds, 45-year-olds. They're not. It's not that long ago, when you compare them to the history that the Islamic Republic and the Iranian nation has had. So it's not surprising. The Islamic Ummah, unfortunately, is dead. It may be revived, hopefully, in the next coming generations, all will realize that Israel is a disaster to the Ummah, and unity is the most important power. We can go back to many of the speeches of Ayatollah Sayyid al-Khamenei, many of the speeches of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, many of our leaders keep reiterating and focusing on the fact that unity is the key. There are billions of Muslims around the world. We have so much power and potential, and obviously when something has power and potential, those who don't want that potential to be realized will do everything they can in order to stand against it. And the creation of many of these countries in the region, the mentality of creating a Zionist ideology within your population, the exclusivity that was created for them, this so-called heaven in a region that is full of chaos, and the image that they bought with money, it's all in line with making sure that there is no unity among the Muslims. Yes, in this region, Saudi Arabia is one of the most advanced, military might in the region, but not once has a bullet from their arsenal ever gone to the defense of Muslims. Every time we see the Saudis flex their military might, it has always been against other Muslim nations, whether it's in Yemen, for 9 years of, the massacres that we witnessed there, or it is arming ISIS and Daesh and trying to remove the legitimate government in Syria, which they were successful in doing, and proudly, gloating about it. Again, all of these countries in the region who may have an Islamic face are not the Zionists in nature. They are occupied by the U.S. They have U.S. Military there. Their economy is tied to New York and London and Vienna or Switzerland, and so they know that if they make any wrong moves, that they are finished. So the only thing they can continue to do is to be of service that they've been carrying out in pretending. Well, now it is more than obvious because it's impossible to hide anymore, and that is very important. Let our viewers not be confused. When you have an enemy who is an enemy to you, behind the wall, it's more difficult to prove to people. But when he get to a point where your enemy is visible to you and to other people, it is showing the weakness of the enemy. Because enemies like this usually don't like direct confrontation. They attack you from behind. They attack you and lay traps for you. But when it comes to you being engaged with them directly, it means when you're hurting, they can hurt as well. The Americans, for many years, sanctioned Iran, used political pressure, used diplomatic isolation, used their media to isolate Iran ideologically and to try and portray Iran as a country of, crazy nuthead going about chanting death to America, death to Israel. Now, because of the direct confrontation, not only are American soldiers coming horizontally and leaving vertically, the people in the United States who are beginning to connect the dots. This is a country that is suffering under heavy economical, depression. People can't afford housing, they can't afford healthcare, the schools and the infrastructure is crumbling, it is old, it is outdated, yet the president that they elected on the basis of America first has chosen to direct all of American capabilities
the crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed
giving the
to the
Medal
very
of
limit.
Honor to Mariam Adelson, who was one of his biggest, who is not one of, she is the biggest donor to the Trump campaign, and she said she's in Israel first. Just a few months ago, she had conducted an interview and they had asked her, if you had to make a choice between US and Israel, which one would you choose? And she said, I would rather not say. But you don't need to say, we only need to look at our actions in order to see, where our loyalties lie. And these are people that are ready to sacrifice even the United States. We don't need to, prove that. The evidence is in US soldiers returning Vatican. And the fact that when the Abraham Lincoln, we don't know if the story is true or not, but obviously to a large percent, we heard that one of the American ships was having issues with its, restrooms, and there are disgusting things everywhere. The Israelis will not even allow that ship to dock at their port for it to be fixed. The American, the number one ally in the region for the United States. So again, there are so many layers to this issue that we have to look at, but if you understand the entire concept that this is to protect Israel, in extension of protecting the American hegemony, as we move towards a world where powers are changing and the Americans want to be able to stand in front of new emerging superpowers like Iran, to stand against China, to stand against Russia, to prevent that alliance from happening. Another thing that our viewers have to understand, and Larijani mentioned something a few weeks ago just before the war broke out, when he said that the Americans are trying to create division between Iran and Russia, and we can see that with the attempt that Trump made by trying to say that, we stand with Russia, we want to end the war in Ukraine, to bring the US and Russia together so that there will be spaces or lacuna between Iran and Russia to prevent that access from coming together, the Russian, China, and Iran access, which they have done everything they can to keep it from happening.
Infrared heat, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
Of course, intelligence ways and ability to commit assassination upon figures of the Israeli entity and elsewhere. So we're just waiting on that confirmation. Also could perhaps show cooperation militarily, of course, between Russia and Iran. Latest developments we have around 40 minutes ago,
with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
Indeed been launched. Iran has also launched the Sigil missiles. I believe this is the 11th round towards Tel Aviv. The occupied territories at the moment are waiting for the missiles to approach and attempt to force sirens to start coming. Excuse me, the sirens have in Tel Aviv started amid the incoming Iranian attack. Again, around 11 viewers in regards to True Promise number 4. I mean, it's very interesting. You mentioned a few points. Let's go ahead and talk about. You said that unity is the most important power, and it is the key. What we have seen from the Iranians time and time again. And again, this is something that we've spoken numerous times. The ideology, the culture behind a country that has existed way longer, of course, than whether we're talking about the Zionist regime or the U.S. itself or any of these so-called Persian Gulf states who focus on their own interests. in the region, despite being human, basically, and caring for any type of humanity, no matter where it's taking place. Zainab, despite the sanctions, despite everything the Islamic Republic of Iran has been through, I mean, they have indeed flourished. They have defied all type of pressure from the U.S., from the Zionist regime, from all type of their allies, whether we're talking sanctions, economy, anything they've gone through, they have flourished. Their education is the top. Their scientists have been able to achieve the unachievable despite everything they've been through. And of course, let's not forget to remind our viewers, the youth generation, because it's so interesting how Western media, how social media take it upon themselves to show that it's a youth in Iran that is against the government. It's a youth in Iran who is carrying out, for example, the back terrorist attacks that happened around a month and a half ago in Iran. But it is indeed the youth in Iran who continue to go across the world and achieve whether awards in sports activities, in science, etc. Everything. They're flourishing.
Another funny thing is that every time the leader, before he was martyred, would meet with the youth, he would so proudly and so joyfully speak with them. I mean, the Iranian missile that has rendered the combined air power of the United States and the entire Western alliance useless was created by Iranian youth. People who lived under sanctions for more than half of their life, before many of them were martyred, from their drone technology to their missile technology, to their defense technology that they've created, all homegrown by their youth. I have never seen a country so dependent on its own indigenous power in my entire life, and we can argue that we can't see it anywhere else except maybe Iran and China. Even the United States and many of the Western countries, many of the developments are coming from immigrants from outside the world, from Chinese, from Lebanese, from Iranians that are living there, who they gathered and forced to come there, see how bright they are, give them citizenship and say, oh, now you're an American, come help us build this. But the Iranians have an indigenous, scientific growth.
Let's not forget the stolen knowledge.
Exactly.
I mean, who invented electricity? Who this? It was created how far behind? And then Americans came out and said, we did it.
Yeah, they put a label on it because, again, as an African, when we were young, they would tell us that we had no history until the colonizers came, even though we had thousands of years of history of our own. But because they were the victors, they get to write history, they get to write what happened and how the event happened, and they told everyone that, you didn't exist before us, you guys were savages, you had no roads. As if building a road is proof how developed a country is. For us and for people of culture, having peace of mind, being able to have dinner with your family, being able to live in a peaceful environment without converting other people's, wealth or needs. That is living for the Americans and for the materialistic world, building the tallest building in the world, the most brightest building, having the biggest ships. That is the sign of development for them. That is why in the United States now, if you have cancer, you have to sell your kidney in order to be able, to get treatment that may even kill you. They will not make, they have made sickness a way of earning money. And so it's all connected. We have to go back to what's happening. There was an attack on the Aramco facility, which some reports are saying that Iran has denied it did not carry out that attack. And so we have to look at sabotage also coming from the American side, because I think the Americans are trying to force a coalition out of the Arab countries to launch a war of aggression against Iran, and those ones are calling for a ceasefire. They're saying we don't want to be dragged into this. I think we may be looking at more sabotage attacks on some of these oil facilities and oil rigs. What Iran has done is close the Strait of Hormuz, which is part of their right, and they've announced that they will do it multiple times. Now they're carrying that threat out. Let's not forget that when Russia was during the war in Russia, the United States bombed and destroyed the Nord 2 pipelines that was supplying gas and fuel to the Europeans, just so it can force the Europeans to start buying oil and gas from the United States, and they blame that on Russia. They're trying to blame this attack also on Iran. We don't have official confirmation yet, but we're hearing from some of the unofficial sources close to the RIGC that the Aramco facility was not part of its target, that it did not send a drone there. So we have to wait and see. Obviously, this is a war, not just military attacks. It's also a war of information. It's a war of clarification. It's a war of trying to know the truth, because we know that when war breaks out, the first sacrifice is the truth. It's the ability to be able to tell. But alhamdulillah, based on the actions that we're carrying out, actions that individual people have chosen upon themselves to carry out, there is mass of correct information out there. You just need to know exactly where to look.
Numbers that we saw were mentioning
actions carried out, of course, and the truth. Let me go ahead. Again, all the recent developments that we are having, and we've been having, are the continued attacks, whether on Iran, of course, whether on the Zionist entity, the U.S. bases, interests, etc. And of course, let's remind our viewers, of course, the Zionist regime has said that they have just now finished the new wave of attacks on Lebanon. They hit 70 targets after, of course, Hezbollah entered the phase of entering the battle, of course, in support not only of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but of course in revenge for the martyrdom of Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Just a quick update on that situation for viewers not knowing what's going on in Lebanon. A few assassinations were also carried out in those. Among them was, of course, Hezbollah MP, Mr. Muhammad Rad, his son. Top commander was also assassinated just a year before him, and of course, amongst others, assassinations. So the situation is being repeated across the region, but the truth is that the resistance is not going to stop. The people are going to continue steadfast no matter where they are. As long as you stand against the Zionist regime, against the U.S., against the allies, you are standing on the side of righteousness and truth. I mean, it's just basically what evidence and proof has been showing. Zam, let's go ahead and talk about something actually a bit dear to the heart. You had mentioned martyred Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei's attention, of course, to when he used to go out and meet with the youth, as we did mention, the high significance, their winning medals, awards, scientific, sports-wise, and he always made it his priority again, and it wasn't only the youth, the smallest details he would do, whether it was a Christian family who lost a martyr, whether it was a child who covered for the first time, whether it was the first time someone came out and fasted. There are endless, every single occasion, despite his age. And let's remind our viewers that he was up there in age despite everything. This humble man, this humble leader who knew what the importance was in his life, continued to carry out the smallest attention to details, especially when it came to his nation. This is why a lot of people called him the father. This is why a lot of people came out to the streets. And again, it's not only here in Iran. We have to remind the viewers, millions across the world, if that's even the numbers, probably way more than that, dedicated everything they have
for the first time to Israelis. And what I said, it's a bit like those impressionistic French painters
when we come to this, we
individual dots in different colors.
This is not something we see. We're in the year 2026 in this modern age. Ayatollah Sayyid, his attention to the smallest details, his leadership, how much did that impact his followers, specifically here in Iran, when it's talking about how to carry out, how to have a family, how to be religious, how to fight and protect those oppressed. This is what he taught the nation.
We have to look at this from two very important aspects.
Two very different things. We don't know. War is dynamic, particularly this campaign, especially because we're not exactly sure what Donald Trump's true war aim is, and that may emerge.
They didn't really need to fight a war.
As I said also before, we in Israel aren't doing so much hand-wringing about the objective of the war. The objective is very clear.
It's because
hit the Iranians as hard as possible, to destroy as much of their military power as possible, to destroy as much of their missile infrastructure as possible, to destroy even further as much of their nuclear infrastructure as possible, kill as many of their leaders as possible, and if possible, obviously, to topple them. So in Israel, there's not much hand-wringing. In the United States, there is. It's hard to separate at the end of the day.
Of course, he's still with us.
My vocabulary is not yet adjusted, so if I continue to use it in present tense, please forgive me for that mistake. He was such a huge, he had such a huge heart for everyone. I remember, in one of his many speeches, there have been people who came to report that, people were cursing you on the streets and and this is happening. It's like, enough, everyone, even those who may be confused right now and falling into the trap of the enemy. I know that I pray for all of you, and we can see that in the way that he was, with everyone. Like you mentioned, he had special dedicated days for every aspect of society. I've been lucky to be in at least 3 of his, some of the visits that people had, and 2 of that were a special day dedicated to women, where, thousands of women from all across the regions of Iran and provinces come to visit him and talk about the development and write personal letters to him, telling him about the challenges they may be facing, and he actively tries to resolve it. And that's why when people are saying that he was a father figure, people grew up, with him, to his speeches, to seeing him, to talking about him. He was in, and he still
I'm not going to
is
say
in every
anything about that,
aspect
but
of people's lives, and it goes beyond the borders of Iran, and he's not just a father to the Iranians, and the Iranians are proud that this is a man, from our culture and our lineage. But again, we have to extend that to the family of the Prophet, may peace and blessing of God be upon them, that he was a Sayyid, and Sayyids are direct descendants of the Prophet. His lineage is linked 38 times, to the families of the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and so this is part of, the characteristics of those households, the legend of their compassion is legendary to many people, which you can easily read about. So when we want to talk about the personality of Sayyid Ali Khamenei, it's going to take us years to even, try to dissect. But from looking at it from a general point of view, he was a father to millions of people around the globe. He was a great, cultural person who loved his culture, spoke perfect Persian, very good Arabic, and many people don't know Russian as well, because he lived there during the Soviet Union for a while. He's a well-read person, and he has written hundreds of books, and some of them now are being translated into English, and we hope that that legacy will continue, that his office will continue to translate many of his works and speeches into various languages so people can read. Right now, what I'm seeing, the trend I'm seeing online, especially on American Twitter, is that people are going through his old, some of the old tweets that have been, some of experts from his speeches that are on his Twitter page, and people are beginning to be like, they made us hate this man when he's more close to us in ideology than we are with many of our politicians. So again, the coming days will prove to people that in a world of pedophiles and child eaters and death cults, there are men in this region who are leaders of the world in every aspect of the way, from their bravery to their spirituality to their love for their people and the love that their people also have for them. You can look at Iranian streets right now. From the day of the announcement of his official martyrdom till now, people have been filling the streets. Also, we have to remember it's a holy month of Ramadan. People have started the culture of now taking their food and going directly to the masjid to have their iftar there. People are having their gatherings outside the streets, just spontaneous convulsion out on the streets to talk, even without any direct invitation from whether officials or groups. People are gathering, people are having their mourning. It's 40-day mourning, has been announced in Iran. Today is day 2 of that, and so this will continue. And the mistake, the gravest, biggest mistake the Americans committed over all the other mistakes that they've made. One of the first one, in my opinion, is starting a war in the holy month of Ramadan against Shias. You just don't do that.
Luckily, they didn't do it during Muharram.
Well, we don't know how long the war will last.
Probably gonna last.
Yeah. So and the fact that they assassinated him, you shouldn't have done that. We can look at this issue from a certain strategic point of view. The attack on Iran should not have led to a military attack. Many were saying if the U.S. continued to build pressure within the country, build pressure on the economy, they were more likely to remove the government than if you start a direct attack on this. When you directly attack the country, even the people who may have issues with your pockets no longer have peace. they can no longer work. So, I mean, obviously, then it's survival for them. Iran is fighting a war of survival, and America is fighting a war of choice.
Exactly. I mean, when you mentioned that, it's very interesting. We know the U.S., we know the Zionist regime, we know how impatient they are, and specifically how much they do not calculate any type of consequences in comparison, whether we're talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran, any type of resistance group. And this is, again, all related back to the ideology of religion. Let me go ahead and see what updates we have here. It's very interesting you had mentioned, because we were speaking about the personality who now martyred Ayatollah Sadat Khamenei was, and who he continues to be amongst all those who love him, all those who continue to love him and believe in him, with the situation, and how much he was not in the Jeffrey Epstein files, how much he was not in any kind of scandal situation, as we continue to see, and as, of course, our colleague here clearly explained. It's very interesting bringing up Trump, because right now he's speaking to Fox News. Let's go ahead and update our viewers a bit on what he's saying. He's saying that we had expected that getting rid of the Iranian leadership would take 4 weeks. We're going to comment on that in just a second. Let's see what else he said. He said, usually if they hide, the situation takes longer, but we knew exactly what would happen and where it would happen. And he said, of course, as always, Ayatollah Sadat Khamenei was gathering with his closest people during a thaw, according to him, which, of course, this is a miscalculation of his education, the morning of the education, and he said he was with his closest people, and the meeting was in broad daylight. He's still talking to Fox News. Let him go to continue that. Let's go ahead and elaborate a bit on the point. Them saying that if he was hiding, it would have taken longer. Again, this comes back to the point that we know our leaders, we know they never hide. This is the thing. This is something that they get miscalculated. Exactly. I mean, let's correct it. There is they did not get rid of the Iranian leadership and commanders. Yes, people were martyred, generals were martyred, intelligence figures, heads of chief of police, etc. But already they've been replaced. Zainab, I mean, we know our viewers have listened to this a lot, but let's go ahead and just specify the point. What Trump is saying, that's basically just proof and evidence to something we already know. You cannot get rid of commanders and expect everything to fall to pieces. And number 2, we do not hide. We do not coward and we stay strong.
So looking according to the Alma Center assessments at something like
just like the
20 to 25,000
they are very materialistic people, and everything for them is material in nature. For the resistance axis, when you hold a position, there are 2 responsibilities you automatically assume. The defense of the position that you've been given, and to train your replacement, knowing that you will be matched. Will, it's not an if, it's about when. And so, for the resistance, the culture is you're there and you will be replaced in a very short time. For the Americans, it's not the same. You know, when they lose a general, it's a huge loss for them, and they have to try to find someone who will replace them, and the replacement may not be as as advanced or as capable as the previous one that was there. And so they assume that when you remove a general, or when you remove someone as an head of state, everything crumbles. For the resistance axis, it's not the same. Even if you kill 400 of them, know that 400 more are ready to replace them immediately. That's the first. Second of all, the moment the war was launched on Iran, what was the first thing Netanyahu did? Took his plane and left, and ran all the way to Germany. The resistance are not like that. They stay with their people, they stayed among their people. I remember just before Said Aston was martyred, they were saying that he had traveled to Iran, and he was in Iran while Beirut was being bombed. He was right there, you know, in Dahlia.
I mean, not to cut you off, and even after he was assassinated a few weeks later, his supposed successor who temporarily took over, Sayyid Hashim Safieddin, was still there in the southern suburbs of Beirut. And everyone's like, why? Because this is who they are.
We're hearing from many Iranian officials that they are told the leader to go and protect himself, and he has said that if he can protect all the Iranian from the bombs that is going to drop upon them, then I am also willing to go and this is the mentality that they don't understand. For them, preservation is the number one key to preserve their own lives, to protect themselves, to not hurt in any way. That is why this war cannot last long, because the Americans are bleeding and they cannot afford to bleed, at least not for a long time. They can afford to bleed for a short while, go back, men come back more vicious. But if this war continues, which we're seeing that the Iranians are saying that they will, and of course we know that the carpet bombing of Tehran has started, and the double tap attack that is popularized by the Americans in Afghanistan and perfected by the Israelis against the Palestinians is now being used. They are targeting police stations and places where security are ensured, and when hospitals, and when people go to help them, then they target the sites again, killing the people who are injured and the people who came to rescue them. So this is a continuation of what we're seeing, and it's a continuation of the discussion we had in the morning, that they're trying to bring in their terrorist cells to come to the streets to start the attack on the police stations, but since the people are filling the streets and are refused to keep the streets empty, the people have also become soldiers in their own aspect. The enemy now is doing the job of the terrorists for them, and we may in the next couple of days, if this continues, be seeing some terrorist attacks, some sabotage attacks being carried out within the Islamic Republic. Obviously, we have belief in the security apparatus and the ability to foil many of these security challenges, and we ask God to protect them, and the people also are risen to the challenge of doing whatever they can and they must to protect their people. But again, there is avenue for mistakes, there is avenue for the theater to change. So we're keeping our eyes on that. We just want to let our viewers know to prepare themselves for some of these issues that may be rising in the next couple of days.
Well, exactly, Sam. Just a few comments before we go ahead into some updates and further questions. Of course, as you did mention, the U.S. Americans are not used to, of course, resistance fighters, training commanders after them. We saw this very clearly back in World War II when the Japanese came and their kamikazes, and we saw the U.S. soldiers who came back to their families to the country, and they were literally freaking out. How they don't understand what a kamikaze is, because again, it comes to do with ideology, worrying about yourself. Number one. Number two, in regards, of course, just to bring things a little closer. I mean, in the capital of Tehran, when the bombing so started, this is just a quick comparison. Situation, of course, people out on the streets, going to the schools, trying to get their children, extreme traffic, and what we literally saw with our own eyes is that everyday citizens went to the streets, got out of their cars very calmly, very relaxed, and helped to their fellow citizens with traffic to get by, see what everyone needed. This is what we saw. In comparison, of course, what we see whether in the U.S. And other cities, when the electricity or power goes off, immediately straight to the store, start stealing things, theft. This is what we see. Just in comparison of the situation on the ground. Last but not least, a few updates we have. Reports are now saying that we have bombings of explosions heard in Erbil there in Iraq. Again, we have this earlier. It seems we're continuing to hear more because, just a reminder, viewers, there in Erbil, specifically close to the airport, we have a large gathering of U.S. officials and of course soldiers. Second of all, the Iranian Revolution Guards has announced that in 24 hours we have achieved a new record, which has beaten everything that happened in 12 days. Reminder viewers, and of course our great colleague Zainab just did mention, prepare yourself. This is simply day 3. If the IRGC is now saying this, that everything that has been achieved in the past 3 days is already at this point more than what we have experienced in 12-day war, that definitely has something to tell us. Lastly but not least, before we come back to our colleague here, the Hebrew media, the spokesperson of the army, of course, is saying we have carried out again their large attacks on so-called infrastructure, of course, of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. We've already known this before. Infrastructure usually means residential houses, cafes, restaurants, people where everyday citizens are, or of course just bombing places they've already bombed before in the middle of nowhere, of course trying to increase any type of psychological warfare. Zan, let me go ahead and come back to a lot of little developments that we have here, of course on the reaction of the battlefield in regards to, of course, what we just now heard from the IRGC. GC. This is actually very important. I want to signify that again, a new record being hit. Again, true promise number 4, everyone, round 11 already, and simply on day 3. When you say, Zainab, to our viewers to prepare themselves for what is to come, I mean, a lot of people have described it as the beginning of World War III, and then other people are saying, no, it's simply going to continue here in the region. Which one are you more on? I mean, will, for example, perhaps Latin America, will the U.S. geographically be targeted? What are we looking at?
The theater of World War III in the minds of people is about what we saw in World War I and World War II. The World War has already started. It started years ago. And in our opinion, as part of the resistance culture, it started in 2020 after the assassination of
the United States and Israel
and the reason that we saw that
Tehran initially said its retaliation would be limited to Israeli and U.S. military targets.
Was moving towards a new era of strength and power, where the power has changed from them being people with few machine guns to people now with missiles and defensive capabilities that is on par with Israel, other than the power that the air superiority that Israel enjoyed. The resistance has risen from just few men in boots to now a culture and an entire ecosystem. So the assassination of Gaddafi started a roller coaster chain of events that has now led to what we're witnessing today, from the weakening of Syria to the expansion of Israel across the region, the empowerment of regional Gulf allies to be challenge countries like Iran, like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, even in the region. And that's why we have to link all of this also to the Axis storm operation.
In Cyprus,
the Palestinian resistance, based on the reality that they saw, were like, we are either going to be silently killed or to go blazing gloriously to this battle that will flip the events that the Americans had predicted that was going to happen after the assassination of Al-Qassem and the attack on Syria, trying to remove the president. The Palestinians took a choice, and it was a brave choice. And now we are living in an Axis storm operation. So in our opinion, in our understanding, the World War has started. For now, the theater of events is in West Asia.
And in doing so,
it used to be contained within Israel, the occupied territories, the Palestinian resistance, the resistance in Lebanon and Iran. Now it is extended to all of the region. Right now, several countries within the region are in direct war confrontation. And so the theater has changed. The World War has started. For now, it's here. We don't know what will happen in the next few months in the United States, for example, because we do know, like we spoke in the morning, anger is building in that country. And if the war continues here and more American soldiers return home, in body bags and in boxes, this will also increase, the crisis that is going to happen. I think, again, Trump is gambling. Gambling on the fact that the oil prices, when it rises, not if, when it rises, will not affect Americans much. That's a predicting right now that it will affect Americans. Yes, you may have access to the Venezuelan oil, but even based on signs, the Venezuelan oil needs time to be refined. The infrastructure there has been broken down and worn down. To rebuild it again will take years. Even if you're doing it on a daily basis at the highest speed, it's going to take months. And this is happening right now in a matter of hours and days and weeks. You don't have the ability to continue to maintain that superiority when it comes to oil and gas. Yes, the Americans have stockpiles, but once that stockpile starts depleting, which will happen in a couple of months, how are you going to be able to continue a war that was never yours in the first place? I think we need to remember this. This is not the American war. This is a war that you're fighting on behalf of their extension, Israel.
100%. I mean, just again, according to some reports that we're having come in, that the IRGC has attacked and is engaged with a U.S. warship off the coast of Oman, waiting for the confirmation of that, to be honest. Zainab, earlier we saw, of course, 3 British and U.S. oil tankers were hit. Of course, as you did mention, the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, which has definitely been a factor and is going to continue to increase the seriousness of the situation, how important
or down on your hands and knees with paper towels.
Strait of Hormuz is. And also earlier we mentioned that the IRGC had hit the USS Lincoln ship attacked it, and according to Iranian sources that are being attacked, it turned around and fled. We're waiting for the confirmation of which U.S. warship at the moment is being attacked, and indeed if these reports are true. Again, when it comes to the situation, again, bases, U.S. bases, officials on the ground is something, but when you're out there, again, Donald Trump paid all this money, of course, as a reminder of viewers, you have aircraft carriers, you have the combat ships, as you did mention, and of course you have the destroyers or warships. These come, and he's been sending these for the past months, these armadas, these increase in military pressure and escalation, which of course he had mentioned and had thought, of course, that Iranians are going to capitulate, as he did mention, and just basically surrender under military. Now that these specific, these U.S. ships, these destroyers, these warships are being hit, I mean, when it comes to this, if this does continue specifically in the region, this is the whole reason that Iran has mentioned time and time again, do not test us. I mean, again, we've only had, I believe, 3 U.S. soldiers which have so far been confirmed, of course, I mean, of everything that's been hit. And from the images that we've seen, naturally, it's just blocking, of course, the media as we continue to see the Zionist regime. We saw the Zionist regime late last night, bodies being carried out, body bags in the Zionist regime. Again, no information reports from them. This is just something we're used to. In comparison, again, with what we continue to see from Iran, from the resistance, everyone's always been so clear. Yes, we're being hit, we're being targeted, and this is what we're doing. This is the complete opposite of what we're seeing in the U.S. I mean, also we have at the moment live, the southern suburbs of Beirut is at the moment, again, airstrikes from the Zionist regime being carried out there. Viewers, there is so much going on right now. I mean, we feel every time we go and cover the situation live, and there is no point that we saw breaking news in regards to the Navy ships, the aircraft carriers, the people who are there on the ships. What's the significance about them being hit in comparison with the ones on the ground?
Our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
When the Armada was heading towards the Persian Gulf, what we're hearing from the Iranian, armed forces is that we have new targets. Before, our only target, our own viable targets were the U.S. bases. Now you're bringing us more targets. The Armada are literally, sitting ducks. It's a huge ship. The only thing it is capable of is that, the fighter jets can take off from there and come and attack your land. I mean, that is the only strategic importance that it has, and that is why you see that it doesn't move alone. It has dozens of other small ships to surround it, to protect it, to defend it. It is literally a sitting duck. The only thing it is meant to do is to project powers, to project, strength. But when it comes to missiles, it cannot defend against an overwhelming amount of missiles when it rains down upon it. It cannot even protect itself against a swarm of drones. Yes, it has, air defenses, but they are limited again. And you're right there in the middle of the sea. Once you exhaust your ability to shoot down, the drones, and then what are you going to do? Again, we're saying the Iranian Navy has yet to come in. If you're seeing any activities on the naval front, it is the IRGC Navy, because those are two. The IRGC has an aerospace dimension, it has a Navy dimension. This is the IRGC Navy right now, in confrontation. The Iranian submarines have still not come into force. The speed boats have still not come into force. The speed drone boats have still not come into force. They've still not started using your torpedoes, in the waters. Right now, it's still drones and missiles by the IRGC Navy. Again, we have to understand, for the Iranians, this is a controlled chaos. The Americans started the war, and they thought that they can control the pace. Right now, the tempo of the war
Israeli
the
assets
tempo
in the
of
Gulf,
the
but
attack,
they
the
have
tempo
also been hitting
of the target
hotels,
is all
airports,
dictated
and
by
residential
Iran.
areas
This is it, the
in
tempo, like you
different
mentioned
countries,
in regards, of course, to the IRGC's last statement. Again, a
Kuwait,
record just in the
Oman,
past
Saudi Arabia,
48
and
hours, you're
Bahrain.
saying, in the 12-day war. With this tempo, I know we talked
Joining
about,
us from
we can't
Manama,
predict, of
from
course, how
Bahrain
long it's
on
going to
Zoom
happen.
is
With
Ahmed
such a
Hussein,
fast tempo. Earlier today, we mentioned that the Zionist regime
Ahmed,
is already calling up people
says
to
that it is
reserve
targeting
soldiers
American
because they
Israeli
didn't
assets, but
predict the
clearly we have been
situation.
seeing
They're already
these
talking,
strikes
as you
hitting
mentioned,
hotels,
the
airports,
Iron Dome had
residential
had
areas.
no effect, as
Break
always.
this down
I mean,
for us. How
could
are
this
both
tempo,
governments
if it stays
interpreting
like this,
How is
could it
Bahrain, for one,
decrease
reacted?
the
Do they
time
see
that
this
we are
as direct
perhaps
retaliation, or
prepared for
really
in this
is
regional
it
war,
kind
or
of a
does it
dangerous
not
widening
take,
of
does it
the
matter,
war?
basically?
Again, it depends on
these are
various
very dangerous
moving
times, and before I get to
and
that,
right
I
now,
saw
from what we can see, the moving piece,
indicates that
the
as of
game
today,
right now is on
Iran
the
has
side of
attacked
Iran.
more
America, you
Arab
have to
countries
understand,
than
is a
Israel
global
ever did.
hegemony.
I mean, that's
It's
funny for us
depends
here in the Middle
majorly
East,
on
since
the image
everybody
of its
is
power
always
and its
talking about
strength.
how Israel
Right
is
now,
not
that power is being
and otherwise.
desecrated in the region.
That being
For the
said,
Iranians, they have
how
always stated
Israel,
that the
sorry, how
expulsion
Iran
of the American is the end goal.
started
The American must leave this region. They must leave. They cannot be allowed to stay. And with this widespread attack on the American bases that we're seeing that is going to continue, it is believed that the Americans in the next couple of months, if this tempo continue, will be forced to leave. We have to understand that for the Americans and the Israelis, once they start losing, you're going to start seeing them become more rapid, more evil in the attack. And we started seeing that over the past 2 hours, the carpet bombing that is happening in Tehran. Like I mentioned earlier, when you see them carpet bombing stuff, it's because they can no longer work on their so-called superior intelligence. That is no longer working. So what they have to do, what they think they need to do, is punish the people enough that they come out. The reverse is the case. Some of the areas that they were targeting are very rich, populous areas of Tehran, where the high-class people who were among those who are calling for the government to be changed. Some of their biggest supporters are now being targeted, which means those people are going to switch sides and become, this is the saving the Americans promised to bring to Iran. This is the saving they promised. This is the liberation they promised. This is the help that Donald Trump said is on the way.
Zainab, I don't mean to cut you off. We're having right now reports coming in from the attacks taking place on southern suburbs of Beirut. Just a reminder, viewers, the holy month of Ramadan, the first time that the mosques have not been able to announce a call to breaking fast. We're having reports right now. We're having some images coming through, waiting for the confirmation that perhaps the targeting of the old Iranian embassy in Beirut, and of course then it's the building right next to the local channel, Mayadeen channel, has been damaged or even indeed targeted inside these targets. Again, we're waiting for the confirmation about the situation. So yes, the reports are coming out that the old Iranian embassy in Beirut has been targeted. We're having targets, just for our viewers following the situation, near Airport Road, also in the Jamenei area. 6 targets so far in Hara Hirek. Again, that's where the Martyrdom of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah had occurred, a very popular area there. So it's all over the place. And again, this is time and time again happening during the call for breaking fast there. So definitely our prayers are with them. We're going to wait for the confirmation in regards to the old Iranian embassy in Beirut, whether indeed it was a target, whether news channel was a target. Again, this is something we have been accustomed to from the Zionist regime. Hospitals, news channels, schools, of course, and residential areas in the whole situation. Zainab, again, the Israeli attacks have not stopped since Hezbollah fired several rockets towards the Zionist regime earlier today. And again, they came back ASAP around 2:30 a.m. in the capital of Beirut and started hitting all the way till now. Latest figures on the casualties and martyrs has not been updated. Earlier today, it was around 31 dead, around 150 injured. Again, since then, there's been so many more targets. Zainab, what I want to talk about, we were talking about the Iranian government, we're talking about now martyred Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. We've talked about how much, not only Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, but the Iranian government, again, they do things in support of their people, their nation, their removal. They've been attempting time and time again and been holding their patience to the maximum limit to try to remove these illegal sanctions on Iran, of course, simply as they continue to say for the benefit of our people. Complete opposite of what we have seen. Let's go ahead and mention Lebanon, since right now it's having the latest updates at the moment. The Lebanon, let's just update our viewers on what happened this morning. Once Hezbollah brought out the statement that they're going to go ahead and avenge Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, and of course not only Sayyid Ali Khamenei, but of course the hundreds of people, women, men, and children who have been killed and martyred from the Zionist regime, their allies, daily attacks that have happened there since November 2024, so-called ceasefire, not one attack, not one retaliation by Hezbollah, but indeed daily attacks by the Zionist regime. The Lebanese government remains silent. First time they commented today after the situation, and they actually took it upon Hezbollah. They condemned Hezbollah and said it was in the wrongdoing for retaliating. Zainab, I mean, just your comments on the situation with the government of Lebanon, the Hezbollah resistance, who has since the 80s defended, freed its oppression, its oppressed people, its occupied lands from the situation. And here's what we're seeing. I mean, they simply retaliated and defending their people while the government has been out there.
We don't have a government in Lebanon. I'm sorry to say this. And I think many people agree. The government in Lebanon does not exist. What is the number one job of a government? The number one job of a government is to realize that everyone within the folds of this land is under us. Everyone, whether we agree with them or not, is our people. When you swear under the constitution of the country to take over power, you're not doing it on us and them kind of mentality. I mean, it's interesting that Lebanese so-called government is taking a position that is in line with the Israeli
I would hope so,
aggressor
Natasha, but I'm not all that optimistic. Look, obviously in the short term, they're being attacked by Iran. And not just in a playful way, the way we saw in June, in a real way. The idea that Qatar shot two Iranian planes out of the sky with pilots in them is absolutely
by the government.
And to see the Qataris even before that go on to a joint statement, into a joint statement with the UAE and the rest of the Gulf states and the United States against Iran, and put its name along with them, not trying to play both sides against each other or the traditional Qatari way of being independent and trying to stay away from the fray was absolutely staggering. That said, this war is going to end. It will end in one way or another with the Iranian regime being much weaker in all likelihood. But at the same time, the issues that were difficult and that pushed some of these countries away from Israel are still there. Obviously, the situation in the Gaza Strip. And as I continue to say, especially in the case of Saudi Arabia, the fact that Israel has less utility to the Saudis, as I see it, as I've heard between the lines of Saudis, than it was 2 years ago. If 2 years ago, Mohammed bin Salman needed to reach out to Israel to prove his liberal bona fides, I think 2 more years into his program, he's proved those and doesn't need it so much. Saudi Arabia is much stronger in Washington than it was. Doesn't much need Israel, and Israel's position in Washington is weaker. Its connection with Donald Trump is stronger. The economy may be even stronger. So they just don't need Israel as much, and that doesn't change by
to fight. And to be honest with you, just like there is no Lebanese government, there is no Lebanese army. It's a shell. It's a paper tiger. It's not even a tiger, even a paper, because Israel will never allow the Lebanese army to
this is the part that viewers need to understand. A lot of people all the time come out and they ask, why has the Lebanese army not defended its people, etc. As you mentioned there very well, the Lebanese army for years has been supported financially by the U.S. on condition that when Israel attacks, when something happens, you do not fire back. The problem that they faced, that they thought that was going to be easy when the so-called new government was brought in again, they thought that they're going to go ahead, bring in the Lebanese army, and with them, they're going to go ahead and disarm Hezbollah. The problem is what many people around the world need to understand. When you're talking about Lebanese families, again, for generations, another country that's very dependent on family relations, you have a brother who is a participant of the resistance, and you have a brother who's a participant in the Lebanese army. You do not put brother against brother. This is something they very well know. This is why they have failed killed in their thing. Just an update, viewers, on a few points. We have two very important points. In regards to the bombing that we were talking about just now near the old embassy, Iranian embassy in Beirut, near the news channel, of course, Al Mayadeen, according to the latest reports, it was the target was a very specific target. They targeted a residential building facing these two popular locations. And according to a Hebrew media at the moment, that it has indeed been an assassination attempt for a top figure. We're going to go ahead and wait on the latest updates on that. While we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and read out. Iran's IRGC has announced a few points. Let me go ahead and read out. It has struck U.S. targets in Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, and the Strait of Hormuz using 26 attack drones and 5 ballistic missiles. The U.S. Arif Jan base in Kuwait was hit by 12 drones in 2 different waves. The U.S. military command and control at Manhad base in the UAE was hit by 6 drones and 5 ballistic missiles. U.S. naval facilities in Bahrain have been hit by 6 drones. And finally, the fuel tanker Nova, which is a U.S. allied vessel in the Strait of Hormuz, was hit by 2 drones and reportedly still burning, according to, of course, these statements. Zainab, coming back to you. While we wait with the situation, of course, in Lebanon to see who this official or figure that they're claiming to have targeted, we're waiting on that again. In regards to the IRGC's announcement and statements, again, shows their complete control, their strategy. And this is what I want to talk about. You had earlier mentioned how the Zionist regime, how the U.S., their strategy that they use, the targeting of hospitals, facilities, media outlets. We know where they usually target. Again, we see it all the time. Starvation, genocide. We see it in Gaza all the time. It's always been, it's just repeated and repeated and repeated. Even last year during the June 12th-day war, same thing situation. What made the IRGC, the Islamic Republic of Iran strategy so different that has allowed it or has shown how much it is superior not only in its capability to achieve victory but to succeed?
Several days ago, that now is the time of the lecture. Israel and the allies, but to stand united with them and support their quest. But beyond that, beyond this clear strategic position, there is very little intention and especially very little appetite to actually get involved militarily. The capacities to symbolically support, for example, through aerial killings, to the mission next steps will undoubtedly include terrorist actions and riots as included by the bombing of some military and law enforcement locations. Therefore, any security disrupting movement will be considered direct cooperation with the enemy and will be met with the highest peace of their sons in the IRGC intelligence organization. So it's a warning directly to people. People are on the street right now mourning. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do your garden. If you come out to protest, you will be seen and targeted as part of the enemy, and you will be dealt with directly.
Updates of viewers that there have been reports of this last few days that there's been reports again of viewers as you're living in the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is internal information that the U.S., their allies have been saying that we're going to go ahead and finish out our killings, our attack, and then we're going to call upon you to go ahead and finish. So go ahead and continue what we have.
And in line with that, many separatist groups, Kurdish separatist groups in the southern part of the country, in Sistan and Balochistan, some Arab separatist groups, and many other terrorist groups, including Al-Qaeda, by the way, announced their readiness to join the battle against Iran. So for the Iranians, they are seeing this not just as a threat, but also as an opportunity to once and for all finish many of these groups. So as the battle escalates and as the damage that Iran is doing to the Americans continue in the region, we will see the Americans activate themselves to distract the Iranians, to have them engage on multiple fronts, both at home and outside, to create chaos within the streets, to make people be more afraid, to create a sort of imbalance in the atmosphere. But like I said, the security apparatus in Iran are treating this both as a threat and also as an opportunity to once and for all finish with many of these underground sleeper cells that they have been targeting for many years. I know here on Press TV extensively over every other week, every other month, and now the IRGC said they have disrupted a sleeper cell. So they've been carrying out this attack, but again, the very essence of sleeper cells is the ability to be able to mend and to blend into the society and act as though they're normal members of the society until they're called upon to start their terrorist activities. And over the past couple of weeks, we've seen certain sabotage attacks within Iran, trying to disrupt the flow of oil, the flow of gas, trying to hack the country, trying to hack the banks, all these other activities. So the security apparatus, we're confident will be able to deal with this issue, but in the meantime, if this does happen, it will lead to more bloodshed, more disaster, and more chaos within the street. But ultimately, we believe in their capability to be able to handle and deal with these issues going forward.
Well, exactly. Then when you mentioned the topic about sabotage and what's of course, warning by for any type of person, if we want to call them, any type of anyone who supports any type of terrorism, internally, preparations have already been made. Again, you're allowed to go to the streets, as our colleagues say, to mourn, to carry out protests and rallies. And what we have been seeing support for the Iranian nation, of course, and government in their continued operations against the Zionists, against the U.S. And their attacks. But when it comes to, of course, let's go ahead and hit a point that's not really spoken about much. We need to elaborate on the role of media, specifically in trying to sabotage the situation on how, again, this is something that's been for years, and this is something that's encouraged these kind of people to continue to come out and support anyone against their own country. What kind of role is the media playing, specifically here in Iran, in trying to sabotage the situation?
White House press office did inform media that Trump is expected to make remarks
for Iran from the beginning.
Possibly
it's been
might take
obvious
questions
that
from the press. This is not a speech
the
about
attack
Iran, but
that
he
is
will
coming for the
potentially
country
comment
is
on the
going to be
situation. He's spoken
protracted.
to several media outlets
For
earlier
the
on
Iranians, it
today
was very
already,
important for them to
the
survive
CNN,
the first few hours of the attack. It was very important to survive the first wave.
So-called boots on the ground. He said he's not ruling
But then, if I
that
don't mean to cut you off, we're going to go ahead and go over viewers live to our correspondent Gisou Ahmadi, who's joining us live. Gisou, thank you as always for joining us during this ongoing growing coverage. If you can go ahead and update us on where exactly you are and what updates you have.
Actually happened. He said that's actually in the works.
Well, I'm stationed at the headquarters of Iran's Red Crescent Society in the capital, Tehran. The bombardments have been relentless on the third day as this war continues. The attacks on residential areas, the civilian infrastructure is being attacked. Unfortunately, last night, a hospital in Ganji Street in Tehran was attacked, and we do know that a large number of expecting mothers were in the hospital, and of course there was a large number of newborn babies. We still don't have the exact number of the casualties pertaining to this particular attack, but this is only one instance, Caitlin, of how civilian infrastructure, with complete disregard of international law and Geneva Conventions, is being attacked by the U.S. and the Israelis. Also, unfortunately, we did receive word that Gulistan Palace in Tehran has also been damaged as a result of the attacks of the Israelis and the U.S. We do know that the Gulistan Palace is a very important historical location in Tehran. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and of course one of the many historical monuments in Iran that tourists usually visit. This is a World Heritage Site. As I said, it's something of great value, not just to Iranians, but to the entire world. So these are just instances, Caitlin, of how relentless these attacks continue, and how, with a complete disregard of international law and conventions, international conventions, these attacks continue on the Iranian capital.
We warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because
they weren't able to use the ones we've had a lot of videos be coming out of people taking to the streets, continue to take out the streets since yesterday, despite the intense bombardments here in the capital.
In addition, the regime's
You're absolutely right. Well, the situation in Tehran is far from normal right now. We do know that some neighborhoods in Tehran do not have power, so it is becoming very difficult as far as civilian infrastructure is concerned. As I said, there's complete disregard from the part of the enemy that is continuing these attacks on Tehran. However, in the meantime, people do come out on the streets. People are mourning, as you know, the loss of the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Jamenei. And as of last night, as I have been going to different neighborhoods in the capital, despite the danger, people have been coming to mosques and to major religious locations in their neighborhoods, gathering to mourn the loss of leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution and a number of also high-ranking commanders, and they have been calling on the armed forces of Iran to be definitely trying to get a revenge for that. This has been the main motto as far as the slogans that they've been chanting is concerned. People are very angry at this the brutality of the enemy, and of course the complete disregard, as I keep repeating, because that can only be the only way to describe it, complete disregard for any kind of international convention coming from the part of the enemies that are attacking the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And Gisu, last I would like to ask you, did mention, of course, about the continued presence of the Iranians on the streets despite the danger there. What would you tell our viewers? I mean, we saw specifically late yesterday the continued strikes on Tehran, various locations that you did mention there. Why are these Iranians insistent on staying in their homes and staying on the streets? What do they want to show the world?
And they are indeed sick and senseless.
It is very clear, and this has been the case every time Iran has been under attack. We do remember 8 months ago, during the 12-day war, it was the same. People did not leave Tehran, they did not leave their homes. It is again the same thing. Everyone is saying, we are fighting till our last drop of blood, till our very last breath. We will hold on to the Islamic Republic of Iran, our city, and of course our country. It's definitely not going to give in to any kind of brutal pressure coming from the enemy that is pounding now cities and civilian infrastructure, residential areas relentlessly. People are not scared, Caitlin. People are actually very much aware of the dangers. However, despite all of that, they are still present, and they are here also to show the armed forces that they have the full backing of the nation of Iran, who is demanding them to be adamant and relentless in taking the revenge of these attacks and those who were martyred as a result of the attack.
With that, Gisu, I'd like to thank you very much for those updates. Please stay safe, and we'll get back to the latest updates when you do receive them. And there are senior correspondent Ahmadi joining us there from the capital. Then let's go ahead and come back to you. We do have two very important updates, of course. It turns out, again, in times of war, a lot of reports come out and later not confirmed. Currently, Lebanese MP Hezbollah Mohammed Ra'ad is alive. Is not martyred. He has issued just now a statement commenting on Prime Minister, of course, Anwar Salam's remarks, saying that we see no justification for for the Prime Minister Salam and his government to take such arrogant decisions against the Lebanese people. So that is the first thing. Second of all, we have Donald Trump has issued a statement at the moment. 2 points here. The U.S. is continuing its operations until we achieve a full change in the Iranian government. We're going to talk on that point specifically in comparison to what he was mentioning earlier. Second of all, he said the ballistic missile program, the Iranian, has been growing quickly. So we're going to keep you updated on his ongoing speech. Then let's come to you. Trump is all over the place as expected, as you were used to be honest, specifically when his statements with his claims earlier, he's saying the new Iranian government will negotiate, and again, after Mr. Ajani's speech, as you did mention, that there will be definitely no negotiations. They're off the table, specifically specifically after the assassination march of Ayatollah Jamenei. Trump is now saying that they're going to be continuing in hope of changing the government. And of course, the quick building and growing of the ballistic missile. I mean, Trump, the U.S. administration, the world has known what kind of ballistic missile, specifically their program, has had, because the IRGC, the Iranian officials, have time and time again issued videos of them. Every single time they achieve, the scientists achieved and the military achieved a new development, new technology, new kind of missile, they would come out publicly announcing it with graphics, with names, with statistics, with everything about it. So this was never hidden. Zainab, again, he's saying, Trump is saying, this was our last chance to hit Iran.
Are you
Let's comment on
stiff,
that.
tense,
Do you really
less active
believe,
than
of
before?
course, in your own
Introducing
opinion,
the Ee.Uu remedy
the
massage
US
system that
went through the
combines the
negotiations,
incredible
the military
effects of
buildup,
vibrational
et cetera,
therapy,
saying that the
targeted
last
deep tissue
option was to
shiatsu
hit
massage,
Iran?
plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
Has always been the number one thing, and every single American president, regardless of
infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe and relax.
or Democrats, have always made decisions that are anti-Iranian consistently.
The ultra shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
That the plan to attack Iran now has been agreed upon
Experience
months
the
ago
true remedy for your pain and stiffness.
accepted
Calm
as an
down.
operational procedure weeks prior. And that is even before the second round of the negotiations, in Geneva. So it wasn't Iran's position that led to this attack. And let's not forget, all of these various American presidents have always said the same thing. All options are on the table, and they mean what they mean by that, including war of aggression against Iran. The reason the war of aggression, direct military attack never came was that the United States of decades ago was much, much stronger than the United States of today. The United States of decades ago, it will have been beneath the United States to attack Iran. It will have been beneath the United States to strike Iran directly. They would rather go through their proxies, using, economic campaign, global isolation, and all of these other things to get concessions and to bring Iran down. The fact that we are seeing a direct confrontation between the United States and Iran right now in this theater of events, and not just alone with Israel, which is just the same thing. Actually, it's telling you that, not only are the Americans weakened, but they are very weak. Because again, let's remind our viewers, it's not just the United States and Israel. It's the collective, power of NATO. It's the collective power of, many European countries, and also the collective military power and intelligence sharing of the Gulf Arab countries in the region, including Turkey, let's not forget, which is, a NATO member and sits right on the border with Iran, and also we cannot forget Azerbaijan, which is also an ally of Israel. Again, Iran has done its best, from the previous president who was martyred, Said Raisi, to the current administration, tried, to create, this relations, this diplomatic avenue between Iran and many of their border countries, even though many of these countries, like Turkey, for example, is part of NATO, which is a direct attack, carried out direct attack against Iran, or Azerbaijan, which has a U.S. base and is also an ally of the United States. But Iran is like, we don't have to agree with all of our allies 100%. If there is even 1% of opportunity to create a friendlier atmosphere, to create less friction and tension in the region, we're willing and capable of pursuing that. And we've seen the current Iranian government visited Azerbaijan twice and many people, even within the country, were very, upset by that. During the 12-day war, Israel used Azerbaijan airspace to carry out attack on Iran's Tabriz region, and so Iran should be, we should have issues with Azerbaijan. But we see consistently Iran trying to create peace, not war, not because they're not prepared for war, but because, there's nothing good about war. It's disastrous, it kills a lot of people, it destroys your infrastructure, it creates a mentality of fear and, apprehension in the mind of your population, and the Iranians do not want that, and they did everything, logically possible, to prevent this from happening. But again, so we have to understand when the Americans are saying that, we're going to finish up with Iran right now stands alone with the help of its allies and the help of its people and the help of its armed forces and the help of God against the Epstein class, child killers who murdered and have massacred millions of people around the world, right now, from the British Empire to the Germans to the Australians, all of them are involved in various killings around the world. They are not independent countries, they're an extension of the United States, they're an extension of the global hegemonic powers, they're not independent countries, they have the bloods of innocent people, on their hands, and Iran is only defending itself and it will continue to defend itself, and it has said that regardless of the price it must pay, it is not willing to submit or subjugate itself or its people or its population to the crisis that is happening. One very important thing that our viewers have to keep in mind, when you speak to average Iranians right now, they are not only heartbroken, you would expect them to be dwelling in their, in their grief, but they are not broken. Their hearts may be broken, but their resolve is as strong as ever. In every single, avenue, in every single squares and gatherings that you see them, the only thing they're telling to the officials is that we are ready to make that sacrifice. We don't mind, having to pay the sacrifice, but you must make the Americans and the Israelis bleed to the point where they don't dare to attack us again. We're ready for the sacrifice, we're ready for the long-term war, we will stand by you, but do your job and do it properly.
Exactly, as you're mentioning that, we have live images coming out actually from the capital of Tehran, where people are taking to the streets across the capital to mourn, of course, martyred Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei for the second night. And again, in the dead of night, it's pretty cold out there right now, and they still continue to take out to the street, as you had mentioned, not only to mourn, but to show that their anger, their readiness to take revenge against this martyrdom of our great leader. A few more points. Trump is continuing his speech, but there's a few more points I'd like to go ahead and point on. Of course, the U.S. Trump said that they're going to be continuing their operations. He said that we will achieve victory easily, and we are currently ahead of schedule, number one. Second of all, he said our goal is for Iran to never achieve nuclear weapons. I mean, Zainab, this is just all more pretext after pretext after pretext. Again, the U.S., the Zionist regime, dozens of other countries around the world possess nuclear weapons. It doesn't stand on the Islamic Republic of Iran time and time again. We have claimed, the Iranian officials, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei's fatwa, of course, a decree not to build a nuclear weapon, again, as our esteemed colleague here in the studio have time and time again mentioned, because it goes back to the ideology, not to hurt the innocent, etc., etc. These are points, these are conditions. The blueprint that she was mentioning earlier today is the best part to go ahead and summarize that. Zainab, I mean, again, further pretexts, and we will achieve victory easily, but let's just look a moment. Third day of the U.S.-Israeli aggression on Iran. What literally and reality has the U.S. achieved?
It is projected. When you listen to Trump, do not listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's trying to avoid. This is Trump literally projecting right now. The fact that you're doing, media seen trying to talk to the media. They know that you're getting hit. They know that you're getting destroyed. They know that, but they don't have to tell the Americans. Right now, the job of Trump as the president who has launched an illegal war that we know more than 50% of Americans are against, is to come out strong, is to say, no, we're winning, everything is right on schedule, we're doing fine. I just saw one of his posts on Truth Social where he said, the plan is for 1 month and it is going to last for 1 month, and they will finish it in 1 month. And I think many of our analysts have also said, yes, this
and not for the first time to Israelis. What I said, it's a bit like those impressionistic French painters.
At the end of that 1 month, we will see what will happen. I do believe if the theater of events continue, or when the tempo of the theater of events continues, we may not be having to go to 1 month, maybe less than 2 weeks or 3 weeks. But again, this is the timeline that Trump has given us of 1 month frame. The Iranians have said that we are ready to fight for years. So that is, you have to look at the comparison and the differences in statement that is coming from the United States and what is coming from the Iranians. The Iranians have said, you're already destroying our infrastructure. It's fine. You're already killing our people, carpet bombing them. We're saying that we will make you bleed to the point where you will not be able to remain in this region. You will have to leave. And that is the strategy that Iran is taking. The first phase that the Iranians are carrying out right now is to destroy the infrastructure, the intelligence gathering infrastructure of the Americans, the combined ability of the Americans to predict when missiles are launched, to pick up targets within Tehran or in any other places, to pick up targets on intelligence, on assassination, or people to assassinate, to destroy the ability of the CIA, to create unrest within Iran. And this is what the Iranians have been doing over the past 48 hours, and they've been very largely successful. And so we will see over the next coming days, as the American ability to be able to do its clandestine activity weakens, they will begin to depend heavily on their Arab allies. But the United States is much stronger, in military and intelligence gathering than its Arab allies. Once it starts depending on their Arab allies, it means, a level of their security apparatus has already been defeated. And so we will see, the theater may be increased to airstrikes being carried out directly by the military of the Saudis, maybe the Emiratis, and some of the other allies. Of course, we've had statements from Saudi Arabia denying the Washington Post, op-ed the Saudi was part of the countries telling Trump to attack Iran. The Saudis said that is not true, that they've tried their best to stop the war from happening at all, that it was the UAE that insisted and supported the Trump administration and also Netanyahu's position that Iran must be targeted and Iran must be destroyed. And we see that there is this rift, between the policies made by Saudi Arabia and the UAE, obviously from what's been happening in Yemen to what's been happening in Sudan and also what's been happening in Ethiopia. So there is that rift and it is not going anywhere. If anything, it is going to get wider and bigger as the dust settles after the war, because we know the war will end however long it takes. Iran will remain, the Islamic Republic will remain, whatever has been destroyed will be rebuilt. The people are there to rebuild it. The jihad for rebuilding and reconstructing the country will be given, and everyone who you're seeing outside now who are saying that we're ready to make the sacrifices will be the same people who will build the country. You have to remember, the Iran you're looking at right now was built up again by the people after 8 years of carpet bombing by the Saddam regime that was supported again by all of the people that you're watching right now who are against Iran. And the Iranians build their country, rebuild their country. They have the capabilities, they have the youth. Most of the population in Iran are youth, which is a gift, and also maybe it's a challenge, obviously. But during the time of war, you need a population that is capable, that is strong, and is willing, to build and rebuild its country, and they will be doing that. The Americans do not have that. They may have a youth population, but the love for the motherland is dying among American youth. When they see that most of their elected officials are evil people to the core, it is removing the love for the motherland and the people. The U.S. military used to be beloved; it is no longer so. By an average American, see the U.S. military as an extension of a terrorist group. In the worst case scenario, and in the best case scenario, we just see them as pawns that are being used in the larger game for billionaires to become more richer, and for the poor people's sons to go to other people's land and kill them, even though they have more in common with the people they are killing than the people who are sending them to war. So the Iranians have said it. We are ready to go through this for years. The U.S. president is saying we're going to go through it for 1 month. Time will tell, who was right and who was wrong. Obviously, people will bleed. It will be thousands of people who will be killed on Iranian soil, and that is something tragic that we're already witnessing, and it is so horrific watching the scene. But we saw this also in Gaza, we've seen it countlessly in Lebanon, we saw it all over the world wherever the Americans are present, but this time around they will also pay the price for it.
Exactly, Zainab. A few more updates. Last point, I'm going to go ahead and mention this. Something else was brought up from Donald Trump. He said Iran was very close to achieve ballistic missiles that could reach the U.S. I mean, if, of course, our government and science are able to achieve that, great for them. Amazing knowledge in that perspective. Second of all, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has made a quick statement. He said the target of patients and children, as we were listening earlier to from our senior correspondent, who joined us from the Red Crescent headquarters in Tehran, had mentioned that the targeting of a hospital where mothers were there ready to give birth, the target of patients and children, according to Pezeshkian, in my country is a blatant violation of humanitarian principles, and the world must condemn it. Of course, he's also speaking about as Iranians are preparing mass graves at the moment for 165 elementary students massacred in Israeli U.S. bombardment of the Minab girls' school in Iran. The strike also left dozens of students and teachers wounded. Again, I mean, Zainab, when we come back to the situation, like you did mention, I mean, martyrs are expected, blood is to be paid, but when it comes to the situation, it's complete targeting 165 elementary schools. So we're supposed to be out there, perhaps coloring, learning their alphabets in this age. And indeed, let's remind our viewers, again, we still have most likely bodies still there under the rubble. I mean, just the images of these mass graves coming out and what body to bury, because basically many of them are in pieces. 100% they're coming out to pieces. This is something that people in Iran, in the region, those who have fought for Palestine, those who have called against imperialism, any type of oppressors, this is something that they continue to face. It's not just only once. We continue to see leaders and commanders who have lost children time and time again and continue to stand on their feet. The situation here, Zainab, I mean, with 165 students, of course, being martyred, God bless their souls, and God, of course, be with the hearts of their parents, their family members, and everyone who has to go through this. When it comes to the situation, if the U.S., the situation is in the U.S. and America, again, someone who's been born and raised there, and after leaving is when you see the situation about how much brainwashing you are actually going through. The situation is Americans, great for the people coming to the streets, standing with Palestine, with Iran, with the righteousness, but the situation is, at the end of the day, you have Americans who, again, turn
I don't think they're taking the Lebanese government into account at all, otherwise they wouldn't have fired the rockets last night. It is interesting to note that what they fired from what they're able to fire, it's small. It's a small volley. It's actually two volleys, one at 1 a.m. and the second at 3 a.m. It's almost as if Hezbollah wanted to sort of mark on a checklist that they stood firm for their sponsor, and they were sort of trying to, I think, trying to encourage Israel to view it as a small attack.
Borders, now that's coming back home. Every single thing that the U.S. military and the U.S. apparatus are doing outside, they are ready to do it also to the American citizens. We see the increasing surveillance across the country. We see the forceful dependence on AI and AI technology. We see new models of, for example, washing machines that you have to start paying monthly subscription to use. Just to force people, and then in the next future, if your car, if you are someone going to go to a protest, your car can be stopped. And not only your car, you're not able to use the public transport, you can be arrested. And this is something that will continue. Americans are not exempted from what their government are doing. They are direct participants with their silence in many cases, and also the fact that they are paying tax dollars and these tax dollars are being used to bomb and kill and maim people all around the world. And that is coming back to roads. I mean, one of the biggest issues in the United States now is immigration, where Americans are saying they feel that your country has been taken from them. Now you feel your country has been taken from you. Many of the people who came to your country came as refugees because your government, which your taxpayer and you cheering them on, bomb and destroy dozens of countries without any valid justification. And then your media and your Hollywood made movies out of the blood and sweat and heartbreak of these countries, and you start to enjoy it. And this is the culture of the Americans. When the Epstein file came out, after the many years of protests within the U.S. society to have it released, we had assumed that there will be protests out on the street. Not one protest, Kathleen, has been recorded in the United States against Epstein. In many other countries in the world, even in Britain, the royal family is excluded. What's his name? Prince Andrew is no longer a prince, even though the royal family is not, is corrupt. At least they are making that attempt to punish. In France, I think two of your elected officials, one diplomat, senior diplomat in France has been, removed. In various countries, in India, we saw many Indians come out to protest because they heard that Modi was in Israel dancing. It wasn't even linked to, any, God forbid, bad acts with children. But just the fact that it was mentioned there was enough to get Indians to come out to protest against it. Not one protest in the United States against named, proven U.S. officials. And when we're talking about the Epstein file, some of them are saying, many people are saying this is circumstantial. No, this was typed correspondence between this individual and Epstein, and they're telling you what you're doing. So the U.S. society is heading towards the cliff, and that cliff is predictable what is going to happen. It is not about if, it is about when. And the longer the United States continues to attract itself to foreign, wars and interventions in Venezuela, these are all short-term bliss and glory. The repercussion of that will be vast, it will be massive, it will be swift, and what is coming for the Americans is going to be very terrible. Again, when we come back and look at what's happening in Iran, or in the region in general, we're looking at the American bases being destroyed, even if not all of your soldiers are able to be killed because they are in their thousands, but what are they going to come back to? Yes, the military bases are there, but what are they going to come back to? If it continues over the next couple of days, it is a huge defeat for the Americans that they will not be able to watch out from. And we have to say something very important. Just like Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, Yemen also controls the Bab al-Mandeb. And the Bab al-Mandeb is even more important because it goes straight to the Strait of
with the missiles that landed in central Israel in Petah Tikva.
Sorry,
it caused a very small amount of damage. Anyone who is in the safe rooms nearby would not have faced it, and the results of the went in casualties. But pictures have been circulating showing the impact from what looks like debris rather than the direct missile hit. So all in all, 90 people were hospitalized today, but nothing serious.
Economy. It is going to be global. Again, I mentioned this in the morning. Right now, Iran is still controlling the theater of events. It is still contained within the region. If it continues, and we've been hearing some of the U.S. allies beginning to say the nuclear weapon should be used against Iran, and the reason you're hearing that is because they're losing. Because if you won, why will you start making threats to use, weapons of mass destruction to flatten everything? It shows that you're losing. So again, the loss that they are having, and they are covering it to the maximum. You and I know that they are masters at covering their own losses, and that loss will not be able to be hidden for a long time. Very soon we will start hearing the amount of damage and loss that they have experienced, and I'm sure Trump will continue to say that Americans are winning and everything is perfect, and don't worry, prices of oil are not going to go up, it's all going to be.
American citizens on the ground who are going to feel the drugs in the fat. Also, and one comment on regards to what you were saying about the American people, again, a situation there, so-called land of the free, the land of dreams, definitely when you actually arrive in from many people, again, do not talk about something unless you go and you see it with your own eyes. The American people, from medical to food to housing, families, entire families out on the streets, living homeless because of it. And all the situation that has happened has actually forced many citizens across the world to either continue to be brainwashed by U.S. movies, concerts, music. This is what they go ahead and tend to go ahead and numb the situation that they're going through. Or, of course, as we've seen, and it's not a thing, the pushing towards a drug abuse situation. This doesn't come from anywhere. And yet Donald Trump continues to go out and kidnap the president of countries and condemning and criticizing other presidents and killing people out in international waters on pretext of drug trafficking. Figure out the situation in your own country, your own people, before attempting anything else. Let's see what updates you have, Zainab. Of course, the IRGC Public Relations has announced that the 12 waves of attacks will focus on enemy positions in the maritime domain. And of course, we're going to look forward to that. At the moment, the 11th round of True Promise number 4 is coming up when it comes to the sirens are ongoing there in the occupied territory. We also have General Secretary of the NATO is saying that there is never any plan, there is no plan for allies to participate in the conflict with Iran, and also we're going to bring you the latest developments on that. So as he does mention, let's see another points perhaps that we were saying. Okay, so he's also making some statements saying that the U.S. military and Israeli work is very important because it is weakening Iran's capability of achieving a nuclear weapon and ballistic missile capabilities. Again, the NATO Secretary General for you viewers, and again, something expected from someone participating in such acts of aggression and terrorism, even though they continue to stand under the so-called name of international law, which we have time and time again seen the complete absence and no such thing as international law. When you go out and continually veto and take out acts against genocide and innocence, of course. Zainab, let's go ahead and come back to you. In regards to the situation, the reality on the ground, 3 days so far, U.S.-Israeli continued attacks and aggression on Iran. Iran carried out its promise, as it always does, with True Promise number 4 operation. Round 11 currently being carried out, 12 upcoming according to the IRGC. Iran's president is making his statements, of course, in regard to casualties and martyrs here in the country from this Zionist and U.S. aggressions. Of course, on top of the list, the martyrdom of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, which will continue to fuel the hearts of many, not only here in Iran, but across the world, in their continued take for revenge and their love, continued love for the father of the Islamic Republic, of course. When it comes to the situation, Zainab, the region's on fire, everywhere is being targeted. I mean, what do you believe is the next step? Iran has already said that they're using new generation.
Countries that have been navigating their own tensions, notably between Saudi Arabia and the UAE before the war, publicly aligned in opposition to Iran's aggression.
We've been mentioning 47 years was celebrated last month.
A strike hit near a French naval facility, prompting France to dispatch an aircraft carrier to the region. The spillover continues. Iranian missiles and debris landed in Jordan and Iraq, both hosting U.S. forces. Syria, a fallen missile killed 4 civilians. In Cyprus, a drone struck near a British airbase, drawing European territory into the conflict. In response, Greece, a NATO member, has sent 2 frigates and 2 fighter jets en route to Cyprus to bolster defense cooperation. Inside Israel, major population centers were targeted, and in the West Bank, missile debris landed in several areas, underscoring how Palestinian areas were also exposed to the widening barrage. In total, since the outbreak of war, Iranian strikes have affected 11 countries, plus the Palestinian territory.
attacks
Tehran
is going to
warned
continue
that
for the
any
next
war
coming
would become
days,
regional
and one of the
has
main targets of
materialized.
attacks is
And
going
in
to be
doing so,
information. So
Iran's
right now there
campaign
is
has not
also
only
war of
widened the
information going on,
battlefield,
and that's why
at
we're
least for
seeing
now,
Trump making
hopes
statements,
forge an
NATO
unusual
making
and temporary
statements,
alignment of states
you know,
rolling back their
many
differences
of the
to
Western
oppose
people
it.
making statements, and all of these statements are so that they can, you know, keep the attack on not just Iran going and to achieve at least some sort of military, you know, might or some sort of military victory. Yes, they have been able to kill people. Yes, they've been able to carry out certain assassination, you know, against high-ranking Iranian politicians and also military personalities. But what is their main aim? Their main aim, as they have stated themselves, is to destroy the Islamic Republic, is to bring in a puppet government. That has not happened. They're trying to get people to come out on the street to protest against the government. The people are out on the street in defense of the government. They've been able to martyr, you know, the leader of the Islamic Revolution. All they have created is a united front for the people to rally around the flag, to rally around their grief. They've given the people something unifying, something that has united the people from all across different, you know, different territories and different aspects of the Iranian population, and now united in their anger and their demand for revenge by their government to continue to fight, to continue to process, to continue to hit the Americans, to continue to punish them, and Israel and the IRGC have continued to carry that out. And in response to that, we're seeing the carpet bombing of Tehran over the past 2 hours. It's been constant attack. Something important that the foreign minister said in one of his tweets is that, you know, we understand that you're going to keep carpet bombing Tehran, but the carpet bombing or the bombing of different areas of Tehran and the destruction of our infrastructure is not going to stop our ability to continue this war. So if this attack, this targeted attack, this widespread attacks on civilian population and civilian places, from hospitals to police stations to defense industry that you're attacking, is not going to. If you're doing it to stop us from being able to respond to you, from being able to target you, you're wasting your time. But obviously, the Americans are arrogant powers, and arrogant powers do not listen to reason. They believe very heavily in their own power and their own military and their own might, and the lies to the point where they start believing their own lies, and then they start making these calculations, they start making gambles, and the more they lose, the more they stop. They can't take a step back, because that is an insult on their own honor and dignity, if they have any, or their own ego, arguably. And so they keep going forward, and the further they go, the worse it's going to get for them in the next couple of days. Even we have statement coming from the director of U.S. Military Central Command in the region saying we're prepared for more losses in the coming days. So they're already preparing the minds of the Americans that they are going to lose further, but they cannot predict how high or how big this cost and this loss is going to be. Point to Zainab, I thank you very much, as always, for this ongoing rolling coverage of our press TV, colleagues and Zakaria. Viewers, let's go ahead and get some headlines for this hour.
So you can clean anytime.
Well, Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has released a statement saying that it has launched a new wave of missile and drone attacks against the Israeli regime. The IRGC said that strikes target the city of Be'er Sheva, the occupied territories, and Iran's armed forces have also launched new missile attacks on the cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa. U.S. bases in West Asia, including the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Bahrain, were targeted as well. And we also have footage showing that Iran used a new kind of missile in its attack. The U.S. Central Command says that so far it has confirmed the killing of 3 American service members in the Iran attack. It says that 18 others have also been seriously wounded. Meanwhile, the U.S. and the Israeli regime have launched new aggression against Iran, conducting new strikes against the country. The latest attacks target the cities of Tehran, Yasouj, and Tiberiz, among others. The IRGC says that 3 U.S. fighter jets were downed by Iran's defense systems. However, that the U.S. Central Command says the aircraft went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident. Also, we have mourning ceremonies have been held in several countries
Do you suffer in pain?
against
Are
the
you
U.S.
stiff,
and the
tense, or
Israeli
less active than
aggression
before?
on the Islamic Republic.
Introducing
A
the
rally was
Easy
held
Well
in
Remedy
Indian
Massage System
administered
that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like war also held in several other countries
vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe,
we
and
also
relax.
have some other stories coming out that the Israeli regime has launched.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
And several surrounding villages. Several people were indeed martyred.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Have bombed the capital Beirut, killing more than 30 people. The regime said that the attacks that came in response to Hezbollah's rockets and drone attack against a military base in Haifa in the occupied territories, and that the resistance group said that it launched the strikes in retaliation for the killing of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Jamenei, and in defense of Lebanon and its people, and in response to the repeated Israeli aggressions. Well, that's the headlines we have for you, everyone, at the moment. We are going to go ahead and we're continuing this rolling coverage in a bit, but for now, thank you very much for watching.
Well, Iran is continuing to strike Gulf Arab states in response to U.S. and Israeli strikes. Now, Qatar has just released a statement saying that they downed 2 fighter jets coming from Iran. In addition, they say that they've successfully intercepted
keeping you up to date with world news every half hour on Press TV.
Areas of the country today. Iran, for its part, says that the Islamic Republic is targeting American and Israeli assets in the Gulf, but they have also been hitting hotels, airports, and residential areas in 8 different countries, including the UAE, Qatar, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Bahrain. Now, joining us from Manama, from Bahrain, on Zoom is Ahmed Huzai. He's a political consultant. Ahmed, you know, Iran says that it is targeting American and Israeli assets, but clearly we have been seeing these strikes hitting hotels, airports, residential areas. Break this down for us. How are Gulf governments interpreting this? How is Bahrain, for one, reacted? Do they see this as direct retaliation, or really as just a kind of a dangerous widening of the war?
Well, these are very dangerous times, and before I get to that, I saw funny numbers today that indicates that as of today, Iran has attacked more Arab countries than Israel ever did. I mean, that's funny for us here in the Middle East, since everybody is always talking about how Israel is not a friend and otherwise. That being said, how Iran started the whole war on the Gulf, not on just American interests, is basically baffling. It was expected that they have a proportionate retaliation of a single hit on an American base in one of the countries, like it did after the 12-day war, but it has been escalating since day one. It's been 3 days now. I'm talking to you from Bahrain, so since Saturday we started facing all of these assaults. They claim that they are only targeting American interests, but what's happening in reality is even much more than that. We've seen the airports being hit, we've seen factories in Qatar and UAE, we've seen basically infrastructure and perspective. We saw Hezbollah attacking Israel earlier, and then even within Iran, everybody started to forget about the protesters in Iran. So how can they do all of that? They are just shifting the main location of ground zero from Iran to the Gulf states. I'm not sure if it's working or not, but as we can see, everybody's talking about what's happening in the Gulf more than everybody's talking about what's happening in Iran. It is a dangerous game.
Hello and welcome everyone to this hour's ongoing rolling coverage, of course. But first, let's go ahead and start off with this hour's top headlines.
Downing 2 fighter jets by
Well,
Iran.
Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has released a statement saying that it has launched a new wave of
we've
drone attacks
seen how many Gulf states have tried to kind of carefully balance
said that the strike targeted the city of Shiva in the occupied territories. Iran's armed forces have also launched new missile attacks on the cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa. U.S. bases in West Asia, including in the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, and Bahrain, were targeted as well. Footage shows Iran used a new kind of missile in its attack. The U.S. Central Command says it has so far confirmed the killing of 3 American service members in Iran's attack. It says 18 others have also been seriously wounded. Meanwhile, the U.S. and the Israeli regime have launched new aggression against Iran, conducting new strikes against the country. The latest attacks targeted the cities of Tehran, Yasuj, Tabriz, among others. The IRGC says 3 U.S. fighter jets were downed by rocket systems. However, the U.S. Central Command says the aircraft went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident.
Which means that nobody can be a friend of Iran today, because even their friends are being affected by Iran, not by anybody else. And how will that be effective? As you just mentioned right now, this is bringing the Gulf countries closer to each other, and I think this time they'll be closer than they haven't been over the past 20
Well, mourning
years.
ceremonies have been held in several countries against the U.S. and the Israeli aggressions on the Islamic Republic. A rally was held in Indian administered Kashmir. Protesters condemned the attacks on civilians and the killing of innocent people in the strikes. They highlighted the attacks on Iranian hospitals as war crimes and called on international organizations to take action. They also mourned the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Jamenei. Mourning processions were also held in several other countries for
I'm
the
going to turn
leader.
back to our correspondents in the studio, our Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osran, and of course our diplomatic correspondent,
martyrdom of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Jamenei in a targeted strike by what these outraged protesters called an obscene clause, referring to President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. At least 9 protesters are confirmed dead, as riot police clashed with furious protesters outside the U.S. consulate. People here say that the world must bear witness that Iran did not start this war, and that this is the cause for solidarity with the downtrodden people of Palestine and across the
obviously in the
world.
short term they're being attacked by Iran,
That
and not just in a playful way,
the leader of the Islamic Revolution
in a real way. The idea
their
that
own
shot
blood
2 Iranian planes out of
as
the
they
sky
stood up
with pilots in
against
them
obscene
is
clans,
absolutely
pedophiles.
staggering.
The air
And to see the Qataris even before that go on to a joint statement, with the UAE and the rest of the Gulf states and the United States against Iran. It's saying along with them, not trying to play both sides against each other with the traditional Qatari way of being independent and trying to stay away from the fray was absolutely staggering. That said, this war is going to end. It will end in one way or another with the Iranian regime being much weaker in all likelihood. We will not stay silent. But at the same time, the issues that were difficult and that
the United States is launching unilateral strikes while claiming to want peace.
And as I continue to
must
say,
stay out of
especially
this.
in the case of
We
Saudi
do not
Arabia,
want any
the
part
fact
of
that
Trump's
Israel is
agenda
less utility
or these
than
illegal
Saudi
wars.
as I see it,
Pakistan must stay away from this
than
non-rule-based
it was
order.
2 years ago. If 2 years ago, Mohammed bin Salman needed to reach out to Israel to prove his liberal bona fides, I think 2 more years into his program, he's proved those he doesn't need it so much. Saudi Arabia is much stronger in Washington
in Tel Aviv, the situation escalated instantly as crowds moved to storm the U.S. diplomatic missions across Pakistan, met by a wall of riot police who used tear gas and live ammo to disperse the crowd.
We are seeing our people die in mosques, and now this. Pakistan should not provide a single base to the U.S. We must protect our own sovereignty first.
And the idea was stated just a short while ago that an additional Hezbollah senior terrorist was
We are strictly warning the government, stay off the board of peace and stay away from the Abrahamic Accord that President Trump is pursuing. We will not allow Pakistani soil to be used for American aggression.
That an Islamic jihad
we are here because our leader,
we're talking about
Jamenei, has been murdered by American and Israeli forces. They killed him, and after that, all the followers of Imam Hussein followers of Sayyid Ali Khamenei gathered in front of American consulate, and they just wanted to record their protest.
This shows that there is a wide range
The footage we have
terror
captured today
targets in Lebanon,
showcases the dead bodies, the shell on the ground, paints a grim picture of a country on the edge as tensions in Tehran deep. Karachi remains a powder keg with protesters vowing to stay on the street until the government cuts ties with the current US administration.
who the PIJ confirmed was eliminated in an Israeli airstrike today on Beirut's southern suburb. And so
A
the
large
IDF
crowd
says
of
that
Iraqi
it is going
protesters
after
gathered
another
near the
senior
entrance of the
terrorist
Green
without
Zone in
specifying
Baghdad,
that it is
leading to
Hezbollah.
the
But
U.S.
earlier in the day,
Embassy,
when it went
condemning
after
the
a
U.S.
senior Hezbollah
Israeli
official,
regime
it did
aggression
specify
against
Hezbollah.
the
This shows
Islamic Republic
that,
of Iran,
first of all,
which resulted the martyrdom of the leader
range
of the
threats
Islamic
is much
Revolution,
broader than just
Ayatollah
Hezbollah.
Sayyid Ali
Also,
Khamenei.
there's Palestinian elements that are operating in Lebanon, and that the IDF isn't shying away from going after
I
them
offer
as
my
well.
condolences to the master of the age,
All right, well, we're going
to
to turn to
Muslims,
Europe now.
to the Iranian
Rumors have been
people,
swirling
and to
Germany
all
was seriously
Islamic
considering
nations for
joining
this
the
great
Israeli
loss.
campaign
A loss
if the
that
Islamic
affects
Republic
all
of Iran
Muslims around the world.
attacking across
The
the region. But now the
personality of
German
the
foreign
late
minister
leader,
apparently
the
says the German
commander,
government
the
does
martyr
not
of the
intend to
nation,
participate
Ali
offensively in the
Khamenei,
U.S.-Israeli
was
campaign
not an
against
ordinary
Iran.
one
He
in
says
his
action
position
is
or
only going to
stature.
be taken if German
This crime committed by the
soldiers are
Zionist
attacked. This
entity
comes after
in the United
two
States,
unmanned aerial
united in what
vehicles
is
headed towards
described as a
United
devilish
Kingdom's Royal Air
alliance,
Force
aims to
approaching
destroy
base
this
in
Islamic nation,
Cyprus. They
a
were
nation they
intercepted
seek to
earlier today
divide
after a
state by
drone
state
hit that
so
same
that
British
wars
base
ignite
overnight
among
on
them.
Sunday.
But we know that the
British Prime
unity,
Minister says the UK
strength,
is now
and
agreeing
dignity
to
of
the US
Muslims
request
lie
to
in their
use British military
cohesion
bases
and in
for
their
defensive
unified
strikes,
word.
but it seems that
Today we
no
raise our
European
voices
nation
together
is
with one
ready
word.
to get involved.
No
And
to
joining us now
America.
from Tel Aviv
No
is
to the Zionist
Melanie
entity.
Kutarowicz,
No
an
to
expert on
normalization.
German-Israeli relations.
And
I
no
hope I
to
got your last name
conspiracies that
correct
seek
there.
to undermine
She's
this
also a
Islamic
former
nation.
foreign
We
affairs
do not
advisor to
accept
international
any
spokesperson
relations with the
for
United
defense
States on the
minister
basis
many
that they
times.
are masters
Now, Melanie,
and we are followers
there
or
were
subordinates.
real rumors that Germany might be joining the U.S.-Israeli campaign if Iran kept on escalating.
First,
How
we
do you
offer our
perceive
condolences to the Islamic
Germany's
nation on
decision
this
to only
great
get
loss.
involved in defensive
The loss of Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Yes, he was the leader of the Islamic Revolution and the leader of the Islamic Republic. But he was also regarded as the leader of the entire Islamic world. When Sayyid Khamenei assumed leadership, it was not by coincidence. He became a major symbol of struggle, resistance, morals, and value. A figure whose legacy and achievements we have known and heard about for decades. He lived 88 years devoted to striving, work, sacrifice, and dedication for the sake of Islam.
Beyond this
Abu
clear
Mustafa,
strategic
your loss is great.
position, there is
Yet we
very
take
little
pride in the fact
intention
that
and
our leaders have often been
very
martyred.
little appetite to
Today,
actually get
the leader of the
involved
Islamic
militarily.
Revolution is counted among the martyrs.
Capacities
The
to
demonstrators
symbolically
carried
support,
pictures
for
of
example,
Ayatollah
our area
Ali
of fueling
Khamenei
through the
and Iranian
mission in
flags
Jordan
and chanting
is
slogans
there.
against the American-Israeli regime aggression to the Islamic Republic of Iran and raising banners condemning the attack targeting Iran.
The Islamic Republic, founded upon the thought of Imam Ruhollah Khomeini, has endured for more than 47 years. There is firm belief that the blood of martyrs will serve as a driving force for the continuation of this state and its banner beyond the years that have passed, until that banner is ultimately entrusted to its rightful bearer, the master of the age. Today, the Iraqi people in all their diversity share in offering condolences to the Iranian people and to believers everywhere, expressing solidarity and condemning what they describe as criminal aggression by Israel and the United States. They affirm that the path of His Eminence will endure and that the banner will remain in the hands of His followers until justice is realized.
I say to the world, we are the sons of Ali ibn Abi Talib, the Lion of God, the manifestation of courage and faith. We are the sons of Fatima al-Zahra and Ali. We are the sons of the mother of the believers, Khadija bint Khuwaylid. We remember the path of Hussein ibn Ali, who endured thirst and hardship and devotion. By God, we await a word from the religious authorities in Karbala, a word of guidance and responsibility, and the world will then see what the sons of Ali are capable of through their faith and steadfastness. Our leader is alive,
so if you ask
though
about
absent
coordination,
from our
I
sight.
believe
We
there was a
believe in the
split,
Imam,
and
Muhammad
we can
al-Mahdi,
only hope,
and
looking
we
at
count
Europe,
ourselves among those who await him,
strategic
preparing
interests, that the
ourselves in
pragmatic
spirit
camp
and
will
character.
prevail.
If our Qaim were to appear, the world would witness our commitment to our principles. We are the sons of Ali, generation after generation. For us, dignity lies in faith, and honor lies in sacrifice.
Even after the death of the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, the ideas he installed continue.
A huge crowd gathered near the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad to condemn the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, by the U.S. and Israeli regime aggression, and they emphasized the path that he laid out will be followed by his supporters and followers. Press TV,
financial mechanisms that could help the Iranians circumvent the newly
headlines. Go ahead, let's go across over live to our senior correspondent Yusuf Ahmadi, who's joining us in the capital of Tehran from a pro-government rally and, of course, in condemnation of the U.S. aggression. Yusuf, what updates you have for us there?
Now again, anything other than a clear stance of strategic clarity and strength on behalf of Europe in the face of the biggest terrorism, nuclear threats and human rights threat there is to the world today. Anything other than that would again be seen as
so it seems we're facing some technical difficulties in the communications with our correspondent Yusuf Ahmadi there again in the capital of Tehran from a pro-government rally and of course in condemnation. We are going to get that communication in as soon as possible. We could see just moments ago behind our correspondent, of course, flags, Iranian flags and chanting. Yusuf, do you hear us?
I understand he's just taken to the podium, so let's keep an eye on that. But this is a pre-planned event to honor soldiers.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and triangle with our correspondent there, Yusuf Ahmadi, until we're able to go ahead and get a hold of her. We're going to stay in communications with her, of course, but until we go ahead and update everyone on the situation where we are today, of course, day 3 of this rolling coverage of the U.S. and Zionist regime aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and of course the continued retaliation and from the Iran troops on the summer 4, of course, round 11 has already been fired, awaiting, of course, that impact there on the ground in the Zionist regime. So we're also going to be going ahead and continuing this rolling coverage until we're able to go ahead and get our correspondent there, Yusuf. Until then, let me go ahead and welcome in to the studio our Press TV colleague Zainab Irani, as always, for her analysis on the latest developments. Zainab, as always, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and update our viewers before we go ahead and get started with this rolling coverage. The situation on the ground, again, in multiple places. Let's start with the latest developments, of course. Where to start is very interesting. Recently, we had Donald Trump made his speech. We spoke about that with our also colleague Zainab Zakaria. We have also the targeting of the targeting in Salahuddin province of Iraq, of course, with 2 drone strikes based there and other things. Let's go to the most recent, Zainab. Let's start with this. The Lebanese Health Ministry has updated, of course, the number of martyred and injured. 52 martyred, latest updates, and 154 injured there. Early this morning, Hezbollah resistance group decided to go ahead and enter, of course, let's say re-enter.
The decision to strike Iran on the part of the United States and Israel. What kind of responses are we hearing now from the general American public?
Well, we need to kind of wait because these polls, especially in the early going, can have great disparity to them. One that was put out yesterday showed about only a quarter of Americans supporting the strike. The one
Mike,
today showing a majority of Americans support the strike. But
today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped. But everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. There's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through. We also projected 4 weeks to terminate the military leadership, and as you know, that was done in about an hour, so we're ahead of schedule there by a lot. But please join me in thanking every American service member who bravely is standing in harm's way. They really are incredible, and I just want to thank you. We have a lot of them right here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that was U.S. President Donald Trump talking about the war with Iran. Just before we let you go, we have an updated broadcasting schedule to keep you updated on all the latest regarding the war. This is going to be in place for the following week, and that means that we're going to be starting our broadcasts here on I-24 News at 4 p.m. Israel time. Then we will continue our coverage at 6, 8 o'clock, and then we're going to also have a 2-hour special until from 10 to 12 a.m. We'll see you.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-919-8734. Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the Ee.Uu Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Some people buy property. We identify opportunities.
David Jamenei Group, experience dedicated to those who choose to invest differently. Today, Dubai is booming. Exceptional growth, favorable taxation, unmatched security, and returns unlike anywhere else in the world. Surrounded by top-tier experts, we search on the ground and alongside you for the most promising opportunities in Dubai, but also in Miami, Tel Aviv, and Paris. Want to invest smart? Secure your future in the world's most iconic cities? David Jamenei Group, real estate opportunities.
Dance, music, and magic immerse you in the story of Jerusalem. This is Jerusalem, an unforgettable musical where the past and present meet. Welcome to the heart of the most sought-after city in the world. A unique experience only at Kikar HaMusika. Reserve now at thisisjerusalem.co.il.
This is I-24 News, and I'm Natasha Kirchuk. Thank you for joining us. It is day 3 of the war between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States and Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump has just spoken to the press, warning that the big wave of attacks is yet to come in the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. This comes after separate remarks where Trump said that Iran had ignored his warnings over its nuclear program and that he has not ruled out sending U.S. troops to Iran if necessary. Let's turn now to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, who is joining us from the White House. Mike, break down what Trump had to say during his latest remarks. What were the highlights?
Well, mainly just trying to dispel what he felt were some misconceptions about the operation so far, and to try to lay to rest, or at least alleviate some of the concerns spouting right now from the American public about the purpose of the war itself, what is the end game, and how it's basically being conducted within American interest. Here is Donald Trump speaking earlier here at the White House, talking about the war with Iran and where it heads from here.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always. And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
President Trump talking about doing whatever it takes. You heard about the 4 to 5 week timeline, although he says the United States is running well ahead of that in their goals so far. However, there is certainly that's not an issue. I mean, it's a frontline topic of the deaths of American service members, 4 already, including 1 more confirmed today, 15 seriously injured according to the latest count. And this is something that's going to hang over a president who has said repeatedly, going back to his campaign, that he wanted to get out of these wars that cost American lives in the Middle East. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be briefing congressional leaders up on Capitol Hill coming up in just a few hours' time, and then we'll brief the full House and Senate coming up tomorrow, as the public still looking for a resolution to some of these lingering questions about the operation so far.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for that breakdown. We're going to turn now to our guests in studio. We have our senior diplomatic correspondent, Owen Alterman, with us, and former Israeli consul in Los Angeles, Yaki Dayan, along with our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osaran. All right, I want to turn to you first, Owen. I'm interested to hear what your biggest takeaways are from the messaging from Trump. Obviously, just a couple of days ago, he was saying that regime change was one of the main goals of the American administration. Now, that seems to be changing. And we're also hearing that the timeline could be even longer than he had stated previously as well, more than 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah, Natasha, I've started to think of Donald Trump and his speeches a bit like those French Impressionist paintings with the dots, where you stand next to it, you see an orange dot, you see a green dot, and only when you walk back and see the whole picture, you see a tree. This is just another piece of evidence, adding to the others that we've seen. It's a speech or an question-answer session in which Trump does not mention regime change or asking the Iranian people to step up as one of his goals of the war. Does add, by the way, the Iranian Navy, which up until a few days ago wasn't really an explicit war aim of the United States. Obviously less of a concern for Israel, but a big one for the United States and for the Gulf states. But I think what we're seeing when we step back and we look at that whole picture is a president who wants flexible war aims. He wants war aims that meet the situation on the ground. And again, to compare the situation to here in Israel, there's a lot less hand-wringing in this country about the war aims. We see it a lot more simply. We want to hit the Iranian military as hard as it possibly can be hit the regime and its leadership as much as can be hit, up to and including regime change, however much can be achieved on that clock. And even there, Natasha, Trump is showing flexibility. He's now talking about 4 to 5 weeks, but himself is saying it'll depend on the circumstances.
Right. Yaki, I also just want to ask you what you think it would mean if the United States were actually to send ground troops to Iran.
First, I differ, Owen, a bit, because I think that on Saturday in his recorded speech, Trump mentioned all the goals of the war. And he's not mentioning regime change mainly because of 2 reasons. He's being extremely cautious before the discussion in the Congress. He doesn't want to, it's kind of a regime change is something that would cause
poisonous publicly in the U.S.
Exactly, and poisonous in the United States. And B, he wants to have a quick victory. And if he doesn't achieve that, because this is a very problematic goal to achieve, then he might not claim victory. So he wants to claim victory anyhow. So he's not mentioning regime change. Now, boots on the ground, we know that the United States has a strong resentment from boots on the ground, and we heard J.D. Vance and others mentioning that this is not going to be like the Iraq war or the Afghanistan war. So I think that when Trump has boots on the ground in mind, he thinks more about the Venezuela model, which is special forces coming in and coming out to do something very specific, very targeted, rather than the U.S. Army entering in big numbers to the U.S. So this is what Trump has in mind. Happened before, it can happen again. And at the same time, maybe that's the last point, both the Israelis with their attacks and the Americans are preparing other armed groups to enter, even from outside Iran, like the Kurds and others. So they are paving the way for them. So it's going to be some kind of a joint operation. But nevertheless, I don't think that we are going to see big numbers of boots on the ground, American boots on the ground.
And in fact, Pete Hegseth made a reference to that in his press conference, a question and answer. I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do to meet our objectives, kind of hinting at a potential option, but again, not on the scale that
All right, well, we're going to turn now to new guidelines from the Home Front Command here in Israel. It looks like restrictions are staying in place nationwide until at least Saturday night at 8 p.m. No gatherings are allowed. School is going to remain closed. Workplaces are closed except for in essential sectors, but there is a bit of movement on travel. Israel is expected to start reopening its airspace next week. Transportation Miri Regev says aviation authorities are preparing to gradually reopen the country's airspace in a phased manner starting next week, but the move is going to be subject to security developments. Now, the skies have been shut since Saturday. You can see how empty the airport is. In the meantime, Israeli carrier Isreal says it's launching a way to get Israelis who are stranded abroad back home. Starting tomorrow, the airline plans to operate special flights from 6 European cities, including Prague and Budapest, not to Israel, but to Taba International Airport in Egypt, which is just across the border from the southern Israeli city of Eilat. And from there, passengers would cross by land back into Israel. Interestingly enough, Egypt is not among the countries that has been targeted in Iranian ballistic missile strikes. We're going to turn now to our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Oseran, for more, on these nationwide restrictions that we're seeing right now. Obviously, they're staying in place until at least Saturday night. I really just want to kind of hear your impression of what's going on right now, especially given the fact that we've seen significantly less missile strikes from Iran over the course of the day.
But that hasn't affected the adherence of the Israeli public to these guidelines. Before this war, it's really become a saying in Israel that if it's a ballistic missile from the Houthis, you go down to the stairwell, but if it's a missile from the Iranians, you go to the shelter. And that is what has really been seen here by Israelis across the country, that not taking any chances. And also, IDF Home Front Command issues an initial warning to help Israelis adhere to these guidelines. Whenever there's missile launches identified from Iran, Israelis in the anticipated affected area will receive an early warning, and then 5-6 minutes later, if indeed the missile reaches their vicinity, there will be air raid sirens, and then they have a minute and a half to reach the shelters. And really, I personally have seen this not only among Israelis in their homes, in their neighborhoods, but also on the roads. Coming here to the studio just the other day, there were multiple sirens, and you see Israelis stopping on the side of the road, stepping away from their cars, waiting until the all clear from the IDF Home Front Command, because they are aware that adhering to these guidelines really saves lives. And this is a crucial part of the multi-tiered defense array that Israel has. First, there's these alert systems and the sirens, then there's the shelters, and then you also have the air defense systems, the Iron Dome, the Arrow, David Sling, but you also have Israeli fighter pilots in the skies of Iran constantly hunting down these ballistic missile launchers, whether they are about to launch, have just launched, preparing. And so what is significant this time around is that it's not only Israeli Air Force pilots who are doing this, but you also have American fighter pilots that are hunting down these ballistic missile launchers, which are significant in reducing the Iranians' capability of launching large barrages and at a high frequency. And in fact, there's an assessment that in the coming days, due to the ongoing devastation, degradation of Iran's launch capabilities, we are expected to see fewer launches at Israel. That doesn't mean that Israelis should become complacent with this current situation, but indeed this shows that when you take all those elements together, this really is the best, increases the chances of Israelis for survival, and these are systems that no other country in the world has.
Yeah, it's important to note right now that the health ministry has just come out and essentially said that 960 people have been treated at hospitals since the start of Iran's fighting. So, we're seeing hospitals under severe strain, which is why they keep on being very, very adamant about how necessary it is to enter bomb shelters, because unless you're directly hit by a ballistic missile in that bomb shelter, we've seen how these bomb shelters can survive hits to buildings. On that note, we know that at least 19 people have been wounded today, one of whom is in moderate condition following a ballistic missile impact on a residential area in the southern Israeli city of Beersheba. This took place earlier in the afternoon. It comes after 9 people were killed in an impact yesterday afternoon in Beit Shemesh near Jerusalem. They were in a bomb shelter that was directly hit by a missile. And then another 2 people were killed prior in central Israel. As of now, like I just said, we're seeing more than 960 people being treated at hospitals since the start of the fighting. And I'd like to turn now to the site of the ballistic missile attack in Beersheba. Our correspondent Joe Brown has been there all day. Joe, obviously the situation in Beersheba fared particularly well because it wasn't necessarily a direct missile impact on a residential building. What can you tell us about what is happening at the scene right now. How are locals feeling in Beersheba after what took place today?
Well, for the last day, people have been clearing away their stuff, trying to get out of this area because, as you say, it landed right in the middle of a courtyard. I should note it was actually right next to a school, probably about 20 yards away, and there could have been a lot of casualties because in that school there were a lot of people who were sheltering, and as you mentioned, and as you saw yesterday in Beit Shemesh, if there is a direct missile hit on a shelter, then there is unfortunately nothing you can do about that. So the people here have been clearing their stuff just behind the building behind me, which is largely damaged in almost every apartment. You can see windows that have been shattered. You can see parts of the building that have been removed, all just from the shockwave. But right behind this building, there is a group of rescue workers who are helping people to retrieve their belongings. I saw
اصفر هذا المكان. صح. هاي الكاميرا الثانية دي، شوف هاي الكاميرا الثانية. الكاميرا الثانية تشوفها منك على ذاك السطح الثاني.